Good morning and welcome to Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn. Tallinn is the capital and the most populous city of Estonia, and it's located in North Estonia on the Gulf of Finland of the Baltic Sea. Tallinn's atmospheric old town is an enthralling hodgepodge of medieval cobblestone streets and spires. This is the 14th event of the Ironman Pro Series and the 8th Ironman 70.3 race. We got 2,500 points up for grabs. Will be awarded to the pro men's and women's winner.
And we have two very strong pro fields today. On the women's side, we have Maya Stage Nilsson and Kat Matthews, who are currently 4th and 7th, respectively, in the Ironman Pro Series, as well as Els Visser and Lauren Brandon, who are 12th and 14th, and some more exceptional athletes, Kate Coran, Sif Bendix Madsen, Tamara Dewitt, and Solveig Loftseth. For the men's, it's headlined by the 2023 champion Peter Hamerick, along with Robert Callan and Anthony Costis, but we have been infiltrated by Olympians, Hella Gaines, Sam Dickinson, Kevin McDowell, all looking to have an impact. There are 4 male and 4 female pro slots and 75 age group slots for the 2025 Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, Spain.
Yeah, great to see this mix of athletes coming in here, get those little Olympic injection to up the pace a little bit. But some of our old kind of standard pros that we see out here, an ex-Olympian, but one that we kind of take as our own on screen right now. But Roka weather, 61 degrees Fahrenheit, clear sky, wind just 4 km an hour out of the southeast, and 72% humidity.
And I'm going to be the European conversion. That's 16 degrees Celsius
there you
for
go.
those
Appreciate
in Europe.
Appreciate that very
Yeah.
much.
Very little wind. It looks like a pretty magic morning down there at the beach.
There you go. More of our athletes getting ready. There we go. I'm Matt Lieto. With me is Sid. Sid, we've got a great race on tap for today. Again, one of kind of the last Pro Series races before we get into World Championship season. So kind of a lot on the line.
Yeah, I'm super excited about today's race. Like we said, with on the men's side, really excited to see how Sam Dickinson is going to go. You know, just a couple of weeks after Paris, and obviously in Paris, very focused on being that relay specialist and domestique.
Yep.
Also, you know, Kevin McDowell as well. But then, kind of tough to go past Peter Heimerich from last year. And then the women's side, yeah, Kat probably has to be favourite for today, just from her run this year and going for sort of full points in the Pro Series so far, but excited to see the Norwegian Solveig Loftseth. I hope I'm getting that pronunciation right. It is going to test our language skills today.
For sure.
And then Tamara Dewitt is so dangerous on the run, coming over from the US, and Lisa Norden and Els Visser you can never count out.
You can't, and I got to shout out to some cute, there's some cute puppies out there. Always excited to see that on race morning.
Puppy cam.
Yeah, for sure. And obviously the Pro Series is super important, and we've got the points allocations to share with y'all, because again, a lot is up for grabs here today, this morning in Estonia. And as an Ironman 70.3 event, the pro men's and women's first place finishers receive 2,500 points. First at Ironman 70.3 World Championship earns 3,000 points. First at an Ironman event earns 5,000 points. First at an Ironman World Championship earns 6,000 points. So points for all remaining pro finishers behind first place will diminish at a rate of 1 point per second deficit to the first place finish time. For example, if second place finishes 1 second behind first place, they will earn 2,499 points. Top 5 results will count towards the year-end point standings, and only a maximum of 3 Ironman results will be counted. But take away from that, every second matters.
Every second matters. Yeah, and then the Ironman Pro Series in the bonus pool money allocation. The Ironman Pro Series champions who earn first place in the pro women and men's points standing at the end of the series will earn $200,000 US. Second place is $130,000. Third place $85,000. Down to 10th place, which is $10,000 US. And the top 50 in the point standing, and the total prize money for the top 50 is a total of $1.7 million. The Ironman Pro Series year-end bonus pool money earned in addition to any individual prize point is earned during the series, and today's total event prize purse is $75,000 US, paying 10 deep.
Yeah,
It's a lot of money.
that is a lot of jack for sure. A lot up for grabs, and certainly a good motivator for these athletes to put their best foot forward and get as many points as possible for today's race, but also for the series as we move on. And we can see the athletes, that was Mark Dubrick there getting ready. He's going to shine here in not too much longer. But athletes are trying to find this, kind of walking out right now the run.
I think it's quite a long run into the beach.
It's 150 meters, yeah. So they need to know kind of where ebbs and flows are in that. But we're going to have the start of the swim here in just a few minutes when we get back from this quick commercial break.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to the Ironman 70.3 European Championship. Tallinn, we got our athletes just a few minutes away now, about a little over 20 minutes till we have our first athletes in the water. We can see them warming up and getting ready to get out on course. Let's go over the course that these athletes are going to be rolling around on today. There we go. So the Roka swim course is 1.2 kilometers, 1.2 miles. It's just one lap, and it's an updated swim, new swim venue than we were planning on. And the swimming will take place at Estonia in the sea, and the start will be on the sandy beach. And athletes will make one lap of the 1.9 kilometers, a little left-hand turn, a couple right-hand turns, and then back into the shore where they will run into transition one.
And then the athletes are going to head out onto the Full Gas bike course. Now, it is slightly long. It's 91.4 kilometers, 56.8 miles, and that is due to the moving the swim and new T1. So those extra distance just comes from T1 getting to the original course. It's 2 loops. It's flat and fast. It's a unique mix of city and countryside. And then they come back to the village, back to Tallinn on the second lap and to T2.
There you go. And then after T2, we know they're going to be heading out onto that Hoka run course, 21.1 kilometers, 13.1 miles. It's 2 laps on this course. And the 21.1 kilometer course is, again, 2 laps, and it has 8 water stations on these 2 laps. And the Ironman 70.3 Tallinn running course is one of the fastest in the world and offers picturesque views of Tallinn Bay. The course is flat and doesn't have too many turns, so we should expect some super fast times out there today. And the finish is right in front of the Roka Almar Shopping Center. Elevation gain just 10 meters per lap, total of 20 meters. So again, it's going to be pretty darn fast.
I don't think there's much elevation in Estonia.
No, there's not too much going on. And again, these athletes not only fighting for today's finish and the prize money awarded there, but also in that Pro Series. So let's take a quick look at the Pro Series points standings and some of our top athletes. Got on the front there, that's Matt Hansen. He had a 14th place finish at Ironman Frankfurt. Did actually get him a little bit more points than he had before. We had Jackson Laundry just behind him, still in 2nd place. Patrick Lana, big mover, getting back up onto the podium position in Frankfurt as well. Zuch moved his way into, or back down actually, into 4th place from those standings. And then Chris Leiferman as well. Matthew Marquardt holding 6th place. Perrine in 7th. Schuster in 8th place, Hogenhag holding down 9th place, and our last top 10 holder right now is Gregory Barnaby with a great result at Frankfurt just this last week. Moved up 13 spots.
Yeah, and then on the women's side, Jackie Herring is still our series points leader. She finished 2nd at Lake Placid. That's the last race she's done so far. Danielle Lewis had a great win at Placid, so she moved up 7 spots. She's in 2nd. Alice Alberts again, 3rd at Lake Placid, so moving up 8 spots. Maya Stage-Nelson, she's racing today. Her last Pro Series was a 7th place at 70.3 Sables d'Olonne. And Kylie Simpson is currently in 5th place. Daniela Blymel sitting in 6th. Kat Matthews also obviously racing today. She's finished 1st in both her full Ironmans. She's done Vitoria Gasteiz and Ironman Texas, so has a full 10,000 points, hoping to get the 2,500 for the 70.3 today. Erin Schenkels from Canada, she is holding in 8th place. Fenella Langridge in 9th, and Lottie Wilms rounds out the top 10 from the Netherlands as well.
And I think it's important as we look at those standings to also look down below and see how many races these athletes have actually completed, right? So you can see athletes that are stacking it forward in the season, like a Matt Hansen, done a lot of races. He's got 5 scoring races. But then you look at someone like Kat Matthews, who's racing today. She's going to jump up a lot of spaces because she has no 70.3 scored with this race, obviously World Championship coming up at the end of the season. So a lot of big moves possible out here on course today. And we'll get to it after this break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Speeding now. Hey, Chris, come here, watch me now. Fly, fly. Oh, watch me, I'm so high. I ain't coming down. I ain't never coming down.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn. Just about 15 minutes to go till we have our top men getting into the water. And worth noting on the right-hand side of our screen, these are some of our notables and our cap colors that we have for these athletes, so we can do our best to recognize them when they're out on course. Peter Hemrick certainly deserves one of those. Anthony Costas is one that we often see out at the front animating these races on the swim and the bike. Dubrick, we're going to see him near the front of the swim, no doubt, as well as Yela Heens, Justin Nishlak, Henry Rappo, Panagiotis Betados, Sam Dickinson, and Kevin McDowell. And as you pointed out, Sid, this kind of Olympic injection of pace, I think we're going to see that in the swim. And you have an athlete like a Mark Dubrick, who's like now kind of used to being the fastest swimmer. He probably has his work cut out for him with those two, yeah?
Yeah, potentially, like with Sam Dickinson, obviously, you know, 1.9 kilometer swim isn't too much difference from the 1.5 in the Olympic distance. So I think that's where we see the speed of they're really going to take it out hard.
Yeah.
And it will probably stretch out some of those longer distance athletes.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah.
And I think it's smart for those Olympic athletes to try to get, you know, as much time up the road as they can to kind of settle in. You know, they've done triathlon before, obviously a lot and very, very high level. We got 2 Olympic medalists that we're talking about in that relay. But it's a little bit different when you're talking this time trial effort and the distance. So the more time you have to settle in, the better, as we see Peter Hemmerich lining up here for introductions in just a few minutes.
Yeah, that's right. And I don't think actually, Sam Dickinson has done one 70.3 back in 2022. But obviously he was focused on being a very specialist relay athlete. So although we did see Christian Blumenfeld last week go from the Olympics up to Frankfurt, and do it pretty successfly.
He seemed like he did okay.
I think he did okay.
A reasonable race, I would say.
And then so we also have the female pro notables with our coloured caps, our Skittles, we call them. So yeah, yellow cap is Maya Stilge-Nilsson, Kat Matthews in the green, Elsvissa pink, Tamara Jewett in orange. Lauren Brandon in the pink. I mean, she's probably, I would imagine Lauren's going to be leading out the swim. Purple or violet, I think it is Kate Curran. She is a very good swimmer. She might be able to get on Lauren's feet. I think Kate swam with Taylor Nibb in Oceanside. Yep. Grace Tech in green, Carolina Paul in orange again, Sif Bendix Madsen in the violet colour, and Lisa Norden in yellow as well. So yeah, hopefully we'll be able to identify some of those pros in the swimmer in the water.
Yeah, and it's to me it's cool to see we've got maybe more U.S. athletes than we're used to seeing at a race, you know, of this caliber in Europe. With obviously we see Lauren Brandon, North American with Tamara Jewett as well. Obviously Mark Dubrick was just on screen there, so it just kind of shows the effect that the points have. And then in some cases, obviously athletes getting over to Europe to get ready for World Championship in Nice.
Yeah, so I think we're sort of seeing some of, like we said again, that some of those Olympic athletes are now sort of moving up and wanting to bank a 70.3. And then on the women's side, I think we're seeing, you know, Ironman World Champs in Nice is only a month away. So I know for Lauren Brandon, she's come over for 3 races in 6 weeks, and so that's why some of the US, I think, or some of the internationals we're seeing is now starting to come over to Europe, do a couple of races, and build up to Nice.
Yeah. No, and I think a smart way to do it. I think often, certainly North Americans, we're not as used to traveling across the globe, and we'll be like, oh, I'll just get out to the race a week before, it'll be fine, and it is not fine, it turns out. So some smart athletes getting out there with a fair bit of time ahead of the game. And Peter Hemmerich looking to get a Tallinn championship, a European championship under his belt this morning, and just a few minutes before we get these athletes out underway. And again, swim venues changed a little bit, Sid, and we can see athletes still walking out there. Tell us, maybe go into detail while we have time, about why these athletes would be quote unquote like walking that first 150 meters before the race, considering they're going to be running in to swim it.
Yeah, I think so. With it being an ocean swim or a beach start, obviously the water, the sand drops away. And so when you're running in, you want to know at which point it gets to that sort of knee depth and which point you can then start dolphin diving or swimming. So that's where they're walking in. I think here it's quite shallow for a long way out, so it might be a fairly long run in. You'll see some high knees as they're running in. I think 150 meters we were saying approximately. But they'll be walking that out to then test when they can actually dive in and start swimming. Yeah,
and there's some cases too where like I would walk the day before a few times. Maybe the left side is shallower, you can run further. Maybe there's some dips in certain sections where athletes will get caught off guard as the tide changes. We see sandbars, that sort of thing. So it's great to see the athletes out there really kind of checking it out, making sure they know where. And it's very tactical. You could make or not make a front group because of that run. 150 meters is quite a distance.
Yeah, I mean, it's the ocean, so you've got rips and pulling in and pulling out, so it's like working out where the fastest current is flowing as well, and maybe that's the left side or the right side to whip you out the back.
Yep, here we go, and our men's introductions. That is bib number 1, Peter Hemmerich from Belgium, our defending Ironman 70.3 Tallinn champion. Great bike runner. Might lose a little bit in the swim, but amazing bike runner there. That's Robert Callant from Sweden, currently 22nd in the Pro Series, but has room to move up with open spots in those 70.3 results. And that is Corentin Chevalon from France, two-time Ironman 70.3 champion, Barcelona and Vichy. Then we got Kasper Stepniak from Poland, coming off a 7th place finish at Ironman Frankfurt last week. It's a great result from Kasper Stepniak. And there we go. That is Anthony Costas from France, 2017, the first French triathlete to finish under 8 hours at the Ironman distance at Ironman Barcelona. Then we've got Maximilian Sperl from Germany, 5th at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside, animator there, and 7th at Ironman 70.3 St. George. Then behind him, we had Mark Dubrick, nicknamed the Shark. I think that's how you're supposed to pronounce the Shark. 8th at 2023 Ironman 70.3 World Championship and fast swimmer there. They had Leonard Arnold from Germany, two-time Ironman 70.3 champion in 2024 with Carlo Krylov and Switzerland. And then number 19, Jonathan Weah from Belgium, 19th at 2023 Ironman 70.3 Tallinn, so some room to move up the list there. And then one of our pre-race favorites, that should be one that we're really looking for possibly to get the win, is Jelle Heens from Belgium, 3 times Olympian at Paris, Tokyo, and Rio, and 4th at Ironman 70.3 Oceanside. He just got overrun at that race with bike power and was, influenced by that athlete a few in front of him. Maximilian Sperl was part of that front group that kind of took the race away from Jelle. But expect to see great things from him, especially if this swim develops and he has some compatriots, those Olympic distance athletes we were talking about, and a group that can kind of get away, maybe stay away from athletes like Peter Hemmerich. So Jelle has a great opportunity here today.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, coming off, I think he's done a couple of 70.3s, but very sporadically. 2021, Indian Wells, and then 2024 he did Oceanside, and was 4th place there. But pretty new, but coming off Paris Olympics. He was 42nd in the individual, but unfortunately they were unable to put a relay team together because I think it was one of their female athletes, Claire Michel, was sick after the individual, so unfortunately their relay team didn't go. So maybe he's a bit more rested. Maybe he's had a few more times on his TT bike.
Probably so. Maybe a little disappointed, but definitely rested. But super impressive to be able to get to 3 Olympic races and be there healthy.
Okay, and on the women's side, so that we have bib number 1 is Maja Stills Nielsen from Denmark. She's currently 4th in our Ironman Pro Series. She actually grew up as a professional golfer. Kat Matthews is bib number 2 from the UK, 7th in the point standing, and she scored maximum in winning Texas and Vitoria-Gasteiz. Bib number 4, Els Visser from the Netherlands, 12th in the point standing. She finished 5th at Ironman Hamburg. This is her 11th race of the year already. She was 2nd at Vitoria-Gasteiz. 5th, Tamara Jewett from Canada. She's a multiple-time Ironman 70.3 champion. Finished 2nd at Ironman 70.3 Mont Tremblant earlier this year. Bib F6, Lauren Brandon, she's 14th in the point standings. She's an NCAA All-American swimmer at the University of Nebraska. From the USA, and bib F9 coming through, Leslie Smith from the USA. She was 6th at Boulder 70.3. F11 is Kate Curran from the UK. She turned pro in 2023. She's a very good swimmer. She might be able to sit with Lauren. 3rd at 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne. F13, Grace Tech from Australia. She's a 2-time Ironman 70.3 champion, splits her time between Australia, Melbourne and LA. F14, I think we've just seen there in the silver cap, Kaidi Kiova. She's Estonia, first woman from Estonia to qualify the Olympic Games in 2026. F16 in the orange cap, Carolina Pohl from Germany. And she was 3rd at 70.3 Valencia, 5th at 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne this year.
Love it. Love seeing the athletes having fun with those introductions.
I love some of them just
Kate Curran with the little box.
Yeah, or just don't want to wait at all and just want to walk straight through
Yeah,
and
some of
straight
it,
out.
I would say right now the women are winning the entertaining introduction competition. Men are failing miserably.
It's at World Triathlon that the relays, they make them do a dance or something, or do a team relay.
That is
dance.
awesome. But here we
we're,
go.
Yeah, we're just moments away from getting this race underway, and we will have the start after this break.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
And welcome back to Ironman 70.3 European Championships in Tallinn. We are about 3 minutes or moments away from our swim start. So our pro men's field will go at 9 a.m. local time, and the women, I believe, are 10 minutes later at 9:10. So we can get these great aerial views down on the beach. It's Stromy,
Yeah.
I think it is. So new swim location. We moved from the lake out to the beach, but it looks pretty magic conditions. It doesn't look not many waves out there. It looks pretty lake-like.
It's going to be great. I think it's going to be fast swim, just that one lap, a few turns in that rectangular course. And of course, the run in is going to split things up, as we said. We have all these athletes lining up side by side, single file. So big spread, and we might see a bit of a scrum in that first turn, the way all these athletes are lining up.
Yeah,
so,
and it's not that long out to that first buoy. So what is that chaotic then going out? Do you prefer is it better to have like a longer lead into the first turn buoy?
Yeah, for sure. You know, more opportunity for things to spread out. And if I was an athlete and there's no, prescribed positions to start, I would go to one side and get behind some of those athletes. Right now, they're all just going to converge, and it's going to be kind of a cluster where if if it's right turns, you might go all the way to the right and be on the inside, or go all the way to the left, but getting behind athletes right away instead of like getting in a fight to get behind those athletes.
And again, you for the Olympic distance athletes who normally get an allocated number to start on a pontoon, whereas here it's just like, no, just free for all, go wherever you want.
Yeah, and I think they probably file in a little bit, based on when they have call-ups. Those guys are in there first, but nothing, required. But we see all these athletes are right now set up in the dry, so feet are dry, and then again going to roll in. And we'll be able to see with this overhead shot that we have how tactical and how much of a difference it will make. Who's great at running, who's great at having those high knees, loose arms. We'll say you kind of look like Richie Cunningham taught me how to do those ins and outs. You kind of want to have your arms like a monkey, just really loose. And
I wish people could see the studio right now, because Matt's doing an amazing impression of a monkey.
Yeah, there's that, but don't do monkeys justice. But you just there's certainly a very specific technique that looks a little bit out of control, but certainly is in control for a lot of these athletes, and you'll be able to tell quite quickly who is great at this. Surf lifesavers, Australians tend to be really good at this as well, and athletes that just spend a lot of time open water. But just a few moments now, Sid, till we get our men off and on to the Ironman European Championship 70.3 Tallinn. And they are off, Sid, out on course. Officially, high knees, loose arms. We see Dubrick on the right-hand side of the screen trying to get a great run in for him. Great setup for someone who's a fantastic swimmer, but also one of the fastest runners in the sport. This shot is so awesome. Look how fast.
Look how much they're spread out already.
Yeah, it's already
That's
super,
crazy.
super spread out. And, you know, that's one reason maybe the side-to-side is okay in this condition, because you can get such a long run in. But then we see athletes try to do a dolphin dive. Nope, still too shallow.
Too shallow, yeah.
And then they go again, and you can, it'll really start piling up now. And it's going to be very, very condensed as these athletes still try to get that. Now it's a slower run, a slower walk. And, you know, we're going to see the best swimmers and the best open water athletes continuing to try to get to the front. But Sid, tell us, how much more exhausting is it to start a swim this way than just starting off with a swim?
Oh, I was gonna ask you that question. Well, I personally like it because it's got a lot of running.
Yeah.
So it's more than I can run as far as I like before I start swimming. But yeah, it's super exhausting because it gets your heart rate high straight away, and you're having to lift your knees up. You've got the resistance of the water, and then you're going from diving in to getting back up again. And as you can still see, you know, it's pretty shallow a long way out. I actually think the whole of it's only sort of 2 meters, 2.5 meters deep for the whole swim.
So there may be sections where we see them jumping up again as well. But so
that's the first turn buoy, and they're still running out.
To your point, you said for you like it because it's gives you more time to run. But for me, I still feel like it still is an advantage for the good swimmers, because someone who's maybe not as good a swimmer that's a great runner is going to be then just gassed.
Yeah.
And so their form goes and all that. Where a great swimmer, maybe they have more of an ability. They're used to those higher reps, that high effort, and can control their form while in that state of fatigue.
The only thing is, often it helps get those of us who aren't as good as we get further out quicker, so that as those good swimmers come past, we've got a bit of time to kind of try and latch on feet briefly before they head off and we don't see them again. We're still back at the back.
Just a matter of time, a matter of time.
But you could see then, they were, you know, it was very shallow. They were still, swimmers were standing up and running out right to that first turn buoy.
And you can see athlete on the forward left-hand side of the screen, 2 athletes actually, getting a bit of a gap on the rest chasing.
Yeah, that's right. We'll try and get some shots to see what coloured skittle cap they are. I think we had a good view of Henry Rappo on the start line. He was in the pink cap. He's one of the locals here. 6-time Estonian champion, and I think when he didn't make the Olympics, or knew he wasn't going to make the Olympics, his team has sort of turned it to full distance. There's a few fisticuffs going on there.
Yeah, totally. We can see trying to get around this buoy, making sure that they all get around that buoy. We saw Mark Dubrick in that lavender cap. He was about 3rd or 4th behind a bunch of silver caps when we saw it. Actually, it looks like this is just a sighting buoy, so I think these athletes can go around either side, but some of those athletes thinking they had to go around it really kind of changing course, but that's an advantage. We can see the athletes that stayed right, and while all of the other athletes went left, and they're actually probably moving up 5 or 6 spots by having that wherewithal to know that they didn't have to go around that buoy. And wherewithal is challenging in a swim, Sid, especially when your heart rate's through the roof and your head's in the water. It's kind of hard to be aware, so great for those athletes to be able to see what's going on. But right now, still, the only cap I'm really seeing that stands out in our pre-race favorite caps is that cap of Dubrick, and he's sitting about 4th.
What color did you call it? Lavender.
I'm gonna go with lavender.
Yeah.
Purple, we can call it.
No, violet, violent. I call it. Yeah.
Oh, violent. But the shark would certainly be in a violent color.
Yeah, I like lavender. It does look. It's funny when they're on the beach, it looked pancake flat, but when you got those views down now, there does look like there's a bit of a ripple, and I wonder if there is a little bit of a current. We're getting a bit of a zigzag, or that might just be the.
Yeah, I think that
athletes trying to sight or not being very good at sighting.
Yeah, I think that first sight buoy threw a lot of athletes out, and again, a higher heart rate in that first 200 meters than probably they're used to, because you start with that run. I mean, it's hard to explain that feeling you get when you're running as fast as you can. then you dive in the water, realize you can't breathe whenever you want to anymore, and then you're trying to swim as fast as you can. It is absolutely brutal and something that a lot of athletes will practice in preparation, kind of ins and outs in the pool and that sort of thing. But this athlete, great long extended stroke, again, in a little bit of chop, Sid, but has a gap on those athletes behind him. I would not be surprised if that's one of our Olympic distance athletes. Actually, no, both of them have our caps. So there's a few athletes out here we don't necessarily we don't have the amount of caps to give every athlete.
Yeah, so the other good swimmers in the field, it could be Justus Nischlag from Germany, but he's in a yellow cap, so that's me. Ignore me on that one.
Look at this, but Sid, this is a very, very significant gap that this athlete has. And so when you've got a chase group, and you can see a big jumble of athletes behind this athlete in first place, is it a benefit for an athlete to try to maintain this gap, or is it kind of wasted energy, or is he making the other athletes work harder? So all in the end, it's still a good thing for him.
Completely depends on his strength line, I think, for the rest of the swim. There also was a young German athlete, Hannes Butters, which is a very good swimmer, so it could very well be him if we can get a number on. If they're confident on their swim and they can get away and get onto the bike and get up the road, then I think they use their advantage. He's stretching out a massive amount now.
Gap.
Yeah. And it might be that once he gets on the bike, he can actually then just recover a little bit and let the guys catch him.
For sure, and I think a great tactic. But to me, if I'm looking at this field of swimmers, this is one of, as far as very elite swimmers that can be like off the front of a front pack, this race has some of the best swimmers in the sport that are really, really, really fast. And for this athlete, again, not to have a cap color that we've given him, and to at this point have probably 15 or 20 seconds on a group that contains like 4 or 5 Olympians that just raced, that's have to really have every bit of that swim dialed in. Super impressive effort by this athlete, and again, we'll get a name or a bib number from him if possible. We always have bib numbers. It's challenging.
It's the one that goes off the front is the one we haven't given the cap to, so it's kind of guessing and just going on our predictions of who might be up there in the swim. So there are a couple that weren't with caps, but that's a pretty significant gap to the rest of the guys behind.
Definitely so, and a large group and not really broken up too much yet. We got a very large front group, we'll call it, with maybe 10 or 15 athletes, tiny little gaps, but still technically all together from this point of view. If we had an overhead shot, I bet there's a body length or two in there somewhere. But for the most part, 8 minutes in, still pretty together, and that's only about 6.5 minutes of swimming to this point. And I'm curious, Sid, whether or not these chasers will continue to push this effort to try to bring back that athlete, or just everybody's kind of settled in and it's going to be what it is. But to your point, there's definitely some texture on the water here today.
Yeah, and you know, like you said, they are only 8 minutes in. He could also have got overexcited on the start, and maybe the guys will reel him in for the second half of this. But it does look like it's going to be a pretty fast swim, as well as once we get out onto the bike and the run. So a fast day of racing. It's great that we've got that split screen, as the pro women are about 90 seconds away from the start. So they had great to see a big gap, 10-minute gap between the pro men and the pro women. And I think then a bigger gap back to the age groupers, which is what we love to see, especially at these championship races. So Kat Matthews, you can see there in the green cap. I think that's Tamara Jewett in the orange. Grace Tech, green cap as well. We can see the yellow caps. I think that was Maya Stig-Nilsson.
Yeah, I think I saw Bendix Madsen kind of on the left-hand side of the, or the athlete's left-hand side. Which side of the course would you start in with the way that this is kind of set up?
So knowing that you're going out to a left-hand turn, but I breathe to the right, I would probably start then on the left. And I would probably start on the outside to give myself space, because not being that faster swimmer, rather than starting in the middle and getting stuck in sort of the meller.
And then one thing you'd see most likely if we would have had a camera on the women during the men's start, you would have women pointing, be like,
Yes.
oh, wait, this is where they went, or this is that. And definitely students and watching the athletes in front of them to see, oh, I was going to go there, but it looks like people that went there kind of got bogged down
like
on that turn.
Yeah, especially on that running out.
Yeah.
Like, where was the quickest spot to start swimming?
Yeah, and they would have noticed the athletes going around that turn or that sighting buoy, not necessary. So, you know, if the athletes are paying attention, big advantage for these women. And Sid, they are off.
They are off, yep. And that was, Sif Bendix Madsen on this front of the camera. Lisa Norden, you saw in the yellow cap. Look, there's huge, like just the ability on this, who's in the pink cap.
I think that was
Els Visser or actually probably Lauren Brandon, isn't it? She's streaking ahead, running over the water.
Tamara Jewett was one on the right, actually, in an orange cap that was hauling the mail to get ahead.
Which isn't, again, not a surprise as the runner.
No, not a surprise at all. And she's thinking, okay, this is an opportunity for me to get an advantage to maybe get into that front group as we see these athletes doing the best that they can. And it's funny, you look and you say, oh, Lauren Brandon's going to be up there, but she could lose 20 seconds on this because this is not her strength. She was a pool swimmer. She's not wasn't a surf lifesaver, you know, anybody that spent a lot of time in the ocean and knowing these ins and outs. Obviously, he's competent at it, but this isn't a great thing for an elite pool swimmer.
That's right. Lauren probably won't like this start. It kind of, will mitigate some of her advantage that she has over the other athletes if you just straight go into a swim. But you see, so some of those front athletes have managed to get going in the swim, still running. As we, just go back and see Lauren Brandon is in one of the pink caps. We'll hopefully get some good close-up. I can see a yellow cap up front, which I would imagine is Lisa Norden still, or maybe, I would imagine that's Lisa Norden.
Yeah, you would think Lisa Norden would be up there. Pole, I believe, is probably maybe that orange cap that is up there as well. Once these things spread out a little bit more, we'll be able to tell. Green cap kind of in the middle there. We saw Kat Matthews look like she's about 8th or 9th at this point. It could be Tech as well. We see these athletes now all swimming, taking this left-hand corner. We saw the men, even some still jogging this section, but women all swimming, and much more kind of consolidated group to start than we saw in our men's start.
That's right, and you get that great view, the women going around that first turn buoy, and you can see in the top of the screen the men going across the back, heading towards the far side of the course where they're going to turn and come back.
There we go, nice side angle shot. Now up overhead shot, and we'll get some of those cap colors when we can, but it looks like a small little group is starting out. And we can see in the top of the screen, top right, that men's field is completely spread out, single file, and huge gaps from the front of the race to the back, but still a big gap for our lone leader. Again, we'll give him all the accolades we can once we get him to the shore and can get his bib number. With just the glare on the water, we do have all these athletes do have bib numbers on their caps, but it's just quite hard for us to be able to see. But he's continuing to stretch that gap, Sid.
He is, I mean, it's actually quite hard to see our coloured caps as well today. It just looks like all one colour. But he's still kind of, it looks like it's stabilised and he's holding that gap. I think he made the biggest impact around that far turn and he's sort of holding that pace across the back. But we are going to be right back to see the end of this 1.9 kilometre swim, and we'll come back after this break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
Shine bright like a diamond.
Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by TriDot. Better training results in less time with fewer injuries. Well, we are back, and they are racing, and we've got a solo athlete up front. If you're just tuning in, I'm Matt Lieto here with Sid. Pretty great day out here today, Sid.
It is, Matt. It's going to be a very fast race, I think, today. Super excited. We haven't worked together for a while, so excited about that. I heard you got some jokes to tell later on in the broadcast.
If you're lucky, if you play your cards right.
So yeah, we are with the swim at the moment. The men are 15 minutes in, 16 minutes. The women just 6 minutes. They had a 10-minute difference to start. That one solo swimmer off the front of the men, and then a big chase pack, but then it gets pretty strung out after that.
Yeah, and I think I'm seeing an orange cap in the back of that main group, and if that is our defending champion, Peter Hemmerich, that is a pretty great place for him to be. That's very important for him to try to have a great swim if he wants to be at the front early. It could be Batatas Pagniotis as well, so we'll get more of a shot there, and I think we're still
on the women actually now, isn't it?
Are we back on the women?
Because they're just going around the second turn.
Absolutely. So that's dark orange cap. It must be. Is that pole? Should be off the front.
Yeah, it could be actually. Yeah.
And it's hard sometimes
Very
because
likely.
through these different conditions, especially with that run start, different athletes could have a gap that we're not expecting. And Sid, this is a pretty substantial gap back to our men's leader to that chase. And again, probably 10 to 15 athletes, some little gaps in there. I'm curious if there is a current that's coming back this direction, because it doesn't seem like that front group is really splitting up too much. But this swimmer at the front is not waiting around for anybody.
Yeah, tell me, when we got that aerial view of that chase pack behind, there was a swimmer off to the right on their own.
Yep.
And everyone else was sort of in a long line. What's the benefit of being in the line or swimming to the side as he was?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, for those that haven't experienced being in one of these swims, it's a very, very big advantage to be, quote unquote, on somebody's feet. You get even more so than we're looking at, bike races like Tour de France, things like that, where you're talking about a peloton and drafting. It's even more important on a swim, and you're saving even more energy. But at times, we were talking about, we saw that first sight buoy, people going offline. In the swim, it's full contact. So you might be swimming next to somebody, and every time you're trying to get a breath, they're hitting you in the face. Or every time you're trying to have a recovery stroke, they're hitting you in the arm. So there's times where you're like, man, I'm kind of over being in this fight right now. It seems like whoever's at the front, like the group, there isn't a lot of awareness, right? So like the group is just following the leader. So if the first person in that group is taking a line that's 15 meters off, and you're sitting in the feet and not swimming too hard, but you're kind of getting your butt kicked, and you look up and you're like, you know what? I'm not going to lose a space, and I might actually even gain a space. If I take the straight, direct line, I can maybe recover a little bit, because for those minutes or 2 minutes, you don't have to worry about getting hit, and you're not using that extra energy. Every time you're fighting, you're using more energy, right? So it can be a conscious choice, or it can just be for whatever reason they lost the feet. But in that situation, that almost certainly is a conscious choice, and that athlete's setting up for that next turn and making sure they have the best angle for them on that next turn to not really get, again, beat up.
Yeah, that's right. And our leader's gone round. I think they are now heading back to shore. Oh, he's had to stop. I was about to say, he seems to be sighting a lot.
Yeah.
And he's obviously stopped and either taken his goggles off to have a look, so whether they're
So he's
judging,
on the,
and he's now in the shallows.
Yeah, so when he was stopped there, he was walking forward still. And I think what you're seeing there is he had glare, because he's that first swimmer. He did have someone in front of him on a kayak or stand-up, but they're not this entire time. So he doesn't get to sight off of that person. He's doing all the work. So the athletes behind in that chase group will certainly bridge back some of that time, because then they're just kind of sighting off of him. But yeah, he might dolphin dive off and on the rest of this way in.
Which I think, we're saying about at the start, whether it's pretty tiring doing that dolphin diving and running all the way out. I think it's now doing it at the finish, it's almost worse. You just want to kind of swim into shore.
It certainly can be.
And there's no waves to catch either here in this beach swim. So
but if you're an elite swimmer like this gentleman is, that is clearly on his own. He doesn't care if he's got other athletes to sit on. He's got all the energy in the world. So we're going to see him dolphin dive the next 100 meters, high kick,
Or
try to
just
get
be
himself
like,
in there.
I'm just gonna run.
But yeah, he's
Just
gonna
run.
have a pretty significant gap, Sid, by the time we get to the end of this swim.
Yeah, that's right. So you can see it's so shallow all the way in, pretty much from the first out to the first buoy, and then from that last buoy in. So a pretty long run through the water dolphin diving and up the beach. And then when he gets across that map, we'll be able to get you a name on who our current male leader is. I can see a purple cap. I'm guessing that is Mark Dubrick.
Oh yeah, he's right in there
behind
for sure.
in the chase, and I think I saw a yellow as well. So our race leader now hitting the beach and heading up into Trans T1.
Yep, and we're looking at the cap colors here. That is Butters.
Yeah. All right. I wasn't too far wrong.
Hannes Butters, a 21:07, super fast time. We can see him now running through transition. He's going to pull up the top of his kit, and we can see the Wahoo Element Rival swim split, 21:07 from Hannes Butters. And those athletes coming behind still haven't hit that timing met yet. So, Sid, that's a pretty big gap. And we do see, as you said, Mark Dubrick there, Sam Dickinson second.
And Yella Gaines is in there as
through
well. There's
transition.
Sam Dickinson going through.
Or through the mat, sorry. So then it's Moosen, Dubrick, Bortola, Heli Heens, as you said, Batados, and Cabrera. That's our top 8. And those athletes were 30 seconds to 40 seconds behind our leader. Then we had Kevin McDowell coming through at 42 seconds down with Stepniak just on his heels. So top 10 within 45 seconds. But our leader, Hannes Butters, is able to give himself some time to settle in before the mayhem of this front group happens. And Sid, tell us about the advantage of being able to have 30 seconds possibly out on the road, lead on your own to quote unquote settle into the pace.
Yeah, I think, you're going through transition, you're going through on your own, you've got a bit more space, time, you're not sort of panicked, I guess, with everyone else in there, and you can get out on the road and just settle in, get some nutrition on, and then just get into your rhythm without having to stress about making sure you're 12 meters behind the person in front, or all the surging that goes with the different athletes. That's quite a big chase pack that's coming behind. I'm sure they will probably catch him at some point, but I think just giving him the best opportunity to settle into his own race. He's pretty new. He's a pretty new pro. He's young. He's 22 years old. So I think he's just gonna make the most of the opportunity to get out in the front for as long as he can and settle into that race before they catch him. And because you can see, this is a huge chase pack coming out, and these guys have all got to get on their bikes, and then it's quite narrow, that that exit from T1, especially with that with the mount line, and then they've got to sort of sort themselves out to make sure they're all that 12 meters apart and find out who's going to, when I say slot in, I don't mean illegally slot in, but who's going to sort of what pace everyone's going.
Well, and you can see then with that shot, Sid, how important really it is and how much of an advantage it was for our leader to be able to get some time up front on his own. He doesn't have to deal with any of that. He's not that's where you're going to have athletes drop nutrition, clip a pedal, maybe go down, maybe get themselves a penalty somehow, even though I think our refs understand kind of that situation and will let things go at that point. But you take yourself out of that, and it's a stress that you're not worrying about. And any stress that you alleviate mentally and physically, you can then use to just propel yourself forward. And that's what our leader on course right now is doing.
Yeah, it was super narrow as they came out of transition. So if there was a group of you, I know there was a few looked like they're about to clip the barrier. But our male leader, Hannes Butters, was there on screen. He's a barista apparently, but I'm not sure in a cafe or just whether he likes making his coffee at home, which I would imagine is more the case.
Well, either way, I want a sample.
Exactly.
Maybe we'll.
Doesn't coffee and triathlon go together?
It certainly does.
Yeah.
It certainly does. But here we go. We have some of our chasers here going through and see if we can get more splits on those athletes that are chasing behind.
With it, so interesting there, with it being so narrow out of T1, it's great if the athletes do a flying leap and keep moving. But as we saw in that last picture, a lot of them were just stopping and getting on that bike, which then obviously blocks up everything behind. And we can see we have our top 3 fastest males through transition 1 presented by Morton. So Peter Hemmerich was 1:23. Sam Dixon, no surprise there. His Olympic distance speed coming through. And Botalamadi is 1:26. So they were our fastest through transition.
There you go. Yeah, and I think we had some splits, Sid, on our men behind coming out of the water. And Maximilian Spurl was a full minute behind, which is a bit surprising. Martin Ulloa, minute and a half behind. Anthony Costas, a minute and a half behind as well. And some of our pre-race favorites, that Peter Hemmerich, the reason he had such a fast transition, he was almost 2 minutes behind the front of that race in 22nd place. So that's, on this flat course, it'll take a while to move back up. Robert Callan, 2 minutes back as well. Henrik Gosch at 2:02. And so that's George Goodwin at 3:13.
Oh, wow.
And this is an athlete we talked before we got on air years ago. I was thinking he had the chance to be a world champion in the 70.3 distance. Been struggling a bit, hoping he was have a good race, but 3 minutes back out of the water, that's a lot, but back on the women's.
Yeah, the only interesting thing about that as well is it looks like a pretty narrow bike path. So again, with that chase pack, it's going to be, it might be easier if you're on your own actually to navigate that bike path rather than the chase pack. As we saw that our leader, which in the women's race we were just with, which is Carolina Pohl. She's our current female leader in the swim. Women are 17 minutes in as we see more of our athletes heading into T1.
Yep, and a decent little run into T1. Still some of our pro men coming through, but our pro women are going to be here in not too much time, as we saw our leader hitting more of that shallow section of the course.
That's right. It looks quite a long run into transition, but at least I guess that gives you time to get your race suit up, get the wetsuit down. Matt, tell us, some of the athletes have their tri-suits up underneath their wetsuit. Some are down by their waist and they're trying to pull their race suit up whilst they're running. What's the difference there?
Yeah, great question. I think it kind of depends on the athlete, what they're used to, how tight that skin suit is, how much they've tried. But I don't think it's too much of a coincidence, and this is me just guessing or judging. We see more of the slower swimmers with their kits on. And it's counterintuitive because we see this athlete trying to get on his bike, loses his shoe. Lost a water bottle. So smart for him to stop and pick it up. You will actually get an unintentional littering card
and
if
he
you do that.
probably needed it.
Probably needed it as well.
And he's going slow enough that he can
Totally.
stop and get that one, yeah.
And generally that stuff, you're going to lose your bottles in the first couple miles. Is kind of how it is. But so what I was going to say is that the better swimmer you are, the more maybe you could give up that flexibility. But for some reason, the swimmers that aren't as good just think it's the same, and they'll swim in that suit. And if you think about it, right now is a great example of our leader. That skin suit is designed to be in that position. That is what that is for, is to be as aerodynamic as possible. That is a very different position than reaching your arm over your head and trying to get as much water as possible. So the best swimmers that really depend on feel will either have that unzipped and loose, as we saw maybe Dubrick doing, or around that waist. And again, also only if there's enough time in that run to be able to get all the way back.
I'm going to quote you on that because I wear my suit down by my waist.
So you're a great swimmer.
So I'm a great swimmer. That is exactly what I'm taking away from that.
Put it in the books.
That point.
Counts.
Yeah, that's right.
I'm not always right. I just often am.
No, I'm taking it now. We've seen our athletes actually. They're now back on the original bike course. I just saw the turn marks for the lap 2. So yeah, slightly long bike course today due to the new swim location down at the beach. So it's 91.4 kilometers or 56.8 miles. So they just had a little bit of an extension from the new swim on the beach to get onto the original bike course, which is where they are now.
Yep, and our leader's still out on his own. Has not gotten kind of swallowed up by that chase group yet. And again, great opportunity for him to just settle in and find his pace.
Yeah, that's right. As we can see, Then we go back to the women coming in off the turn, so heading towards the beach. So again, the lead swimmer, Carolina Pohl, has got a huge gap on the chase pack. And I imagine the likes of a Lauren Brandon is sitting in on that, or it's not sitting in because she won't sitting, but in that chase pack, maybe Pamela Oliveira, Sif Bendix Magson, could be the Kate Coran, could be right in there. But yeah, that lead swimmer's got we can just see them underneath the tri-dots on the bottom right of the screen.
Yeah.
Sort of similar gap actually to the men.
Yeah, no, yeah, absolutely. And surprising. I would not have guessed either of these fields to have a solo swimmer out front with that kind of gap, especially when you consider you could fit the second and third group in the gap that the first athlete has to the lead of that second group. But curious, and to me it's interesting that those gaps are tight, and that to me it says that our pre-race favorites, to me, that don't have as good a swim, like a Kat Matthews, I'll hear about it because she's probably in this front group, and she sometimes can make that front group, often does, but if she hasn't, she's in that group behind. And there's an opportunity that it's possible Tamara Jewett, one of our pre-race favorites, is in that chase group behind as well, and that's pretty close proximity to be able to make a move and get kind of in that quote-unquote first group, having that kind of gap right now.
Yeah, that's right. I would imagine like Lisa Norden up there. I think with it splitting out like this, it would be great also if Maya Stelz-Nielsen had made that front chase pack maybe at the back. I think then it puts those guys in a really good position, and they can all work together. Like we saw with the men's race as well. There was that chase pack, and I think we'll have some strong cyclists in there to reel in this leader.
Oh, no doubt. And Sid, maybe talk us through the early sections of the bike. You know, we talked, that very narrow section, we can kind of avoid that. But let's say 2 or 3, 4 miles in, when the athletes are settled, quote unquote settled, because nothing is settled at that point. What are the dynamics of what's happening early in a race like this that we know is a very flat and fast course? We know some of the best athletes in the sport are here, so there's going to be cyclists coming through the field at some point, maybe some cyclists going off the front. What are the athletes doing that are, let's say an athlete that's searching for a top 5 and is a good cyclist. What are they thinking those first 5 miles tactically?
So I think you are, one, just getting yourself settled on the bike. So getting your shoes in, your feet in the shoes, tightening the nose, getting some nutrition on after the swim. I think then it's looking at who else is around you or in the group, and who you can work with. Are they the good cyclists? Are they the good runners? Who can you use or work with on the bike, or who might you need to drop if they're a particularly strong runner? I think as well at this stage, and particularly with a 70.3, it's so full gas from the start. But I think there's that chance that people will, depending what group they're in and who's around them, they'll kind of like bike above themselves to stay with that group early on and hope that that's their ticket through the rest of the race, and that they can hang on for the 90 kilometers or 91.4.
And considering that, would you then make alterations to, we talked about having the skin suit up or not? Are you making small, minimal gains choices? It's like, okay, this will help me be near the front coming out of transition. So when a group comes by, I have further to fall back, and I'm still kind of in contention for that group to kind of get a ride, as you said.
I'd definitely be thinking about my transition and where I was coming out the swim to see if I, not necessarily for a 70.3 would I put socks on. I probably wouldn't, but that's a consideration. Do you put your socks on in T1, or if you're in a pack and you don't want to lose that time, just get on and run with it. I think with this being such a long run into transition, because you've got that long run up the beach, it gives you that time. If you've got your suit down, you should be able to pull it up pretty quickly and not lose any time today on that.
Oh, for sure. And especially, after a couple more dolphin dives, you could actually, while you're still
they could be doing
wet,
that now.
You could be taking that wetsuit off and making those moves. But there's our athlete in orange cap. Again, we're assuming that is Pohl.
It's not Jewett.
No, that was easy for us to tell if it's an orange cap. Sometimes the caps get mistaken, so we believe it is pole, and we'll get a timing mat on her in just a few moments and be able to see those athletes chasing behind and what kind of gap that is. But fast swim for her is going to be about 25 minutes.
Yeah, and she is, one of our main good swimmers of the field. She does lead out a lot of races, so it's no real surprise to see her at the front. Maybe, a little bit surprised that Lauren Brandon wasn't leading out, but as you said, the beach start is not suited to Lauren, who loves her pool swimming.
She certainly does. And yeah, that's Caroline Pohl, 25-10 is her split, and then a large group coming from behind. We can see Lauren Brandon on the left side of the screen. Our Wahoo Element rival split for that athlete is 25-10. And the athlete that actually had that fastest split was Caroline Pohl.
So I saw in that group, there was obviously Lauren Brandon, Sif Bendix-Maxson, Grace Tech was at the back of that group, Kate Coran was at the group.
Marta Sanchez.
Yeah, so I didn't see a Kat Matthews, I didn't see Lisa Norden, but I might have missed her.
Grace Tech was in that group. Louisa Pratt was in that group as well, and then it looks like that's kind of where the gap starts on that.
So there we go,
Chase
there's
group.
Kat Matthews coming out of screen now, and Maya Suge Nelson right behind her, and Tamara Jewett.
So there we go. Yeah, those
there.
two athletes we were talking about maybe getting a bit of a gap. And that's Lisa Norden at 105 behind, so 20 seconds behind Grace Tech, just in front of Kairi Kavoya. And she was not too far in front of, we haven't gotten the splits yet on athletes behind Kat Matthews, but she must have been right in there. So this group of pre-race favorites that is chasing is actually in a pretty good position as we see our first place athlete, Caroline Pohl, getting ready to get on that full gas bike course.
Yeah, that's right. So as you can see, the athletes have to get over that mat line. She's obviously just sorting out her visor on her bike, and then, a hop on. The other thing with a wetsuit swim that athletes can do, which we're seeing a lot of now, is wear the calf sleeves underneath the wetsuit. So the race last week, Ironman Frankfurt, went over Ironman Frankfurt European Championships. It was a non-wetsuit swim, so if an athlete wanted to wear calf sleeves, which can have some aerodynamics on the bike, they'd have had to put them on in transition, which I actually think Christian Blumenfeld did. But obviously with it being a wetsuit swim, they're able to have them on underneath as we now see there's Lisa Norden and Kat Matthews.
Yeah, there's Kat Matthews. So Kat Matthews was 26:20, so just 5 seconds behind Lisa Norden. Tamara Jewett right there as well. So this is a powerhouse chase group. We see some of our other pre-race athletes coming through.
Yeah, that's Els Visser coming out. So
she's kind of missed a lot here, mostly because you have those athletes like a Kat Matthews and a Lisa Norden and a Tamara Jewett. They are going to be working together as bike powerhouses, and like her bridging up is just not going to happen. Not to those three.
Yeah, I mean, Els is a fantastic cyclist.
Certainly.
She's had some great races this year, whether she's ridden through fields or ridden off the front. But yeah, I think, as you said, with that pack up ahead, I think she'll be a little bit disappointed that she's that far back out the water. She's also had some great swims where she's been in the chase packs.
Yeah. And the thing with that kind of horsepower, those three athletes, again, they were 20 seconds off the front group. So what happens is you've got those chasers then pulling as fast as they can to that front group. That's pulling them even further away from Grace. But our leader at the front of Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn is Caroline Pohl, and again, 40 seconds over our second place athlete out of the water.
Yeah, that's right. And there we go, Els Visser now coming into T2. I don't think she'll be, I think she'll be a little bit disappointed with this swim. I don't think she'll be panicking at this point. She's been in this situation before. Sure. She's very good at just, getting on and riding her own race, and I wouldn't be surprised if she's still up there somewhere. Oh, she's about to lose her bottle. I think she just...
And she didn't see it?
She didn't see it, unfortunately, so she's going to get a bit of a shock when she reaches for her nutrition and finds it not there. So you could see that just clipped off on the bar.
Bummer there for her. Yeah. In transition, most likely, and again, refs only see what they see, but most likely in transition, we kind of get a bye on that one because there's plenty of people to pick that up, and you consider transition kind of a neutral zone, like an aid station, so to speak. But we're back with our men's leader and continuing to push the pace on the front of this course. And again, that is Hannes Butters.
That's, from Germany. Young guy, probably part of one of the German teams there, but probably loving the fact that he is leading this race. Very few results to his name, so very new into the racing. And
Sid, you can see just by his energy, we've not seen him look over his shoulder once. He seems calm and controlled, but it doesn't look like an athlete that is like physically, quote unquote, waiting for the group. I think he's probably aware that most likely the group or people will catch him, but it's not his tactic to be like, okay, I'm going to get a gap and then I'm just going to like soft pedal and let them come by. He's riding his race at his watch. You can see that computer right in front of him. He can stay in that aerodynamic position. See him getting some of his hydration out as well, but he's taking those big, deep, controlled breaths, and we can see that Hannes Butters is definitely pushing the pace.
Yeah, and I think, one of my coaches always used to say to me, whatever is behind you or behind your ears is irrelevant as such. So it's just, focus on what's in front of you and putting out the best riding in that moment that you can, and whoever's behind you, deal with them when or if they catch you. And I think that's what we're seeing him doing, just putting his head down and, focusing on the front of the race.
Yeah, and he's doing a great job with it, and they're through 3.7 kilometers actually on the men's side of things. So we'll get a quick split. We're not going to see too much happening, obviously, that quickly in the race, but we can see that gap.
That looks bigger than 11 seconds.
Certainly has not come back. It does look bigger than 11 seconds, but that's the split that we're giving to one athlete. That Sam Dickinson was 11 seconds back at 3.7, and it was 40 seconds back to the group behind, including Dubrick and Batatos and Heens.
Yep, that's right. So they're a larger group together as we see one of the athletes making a pass now, and they have
an aggressive one.
Yeah, that's right. And they're probably going to have to find that they need to go all the way past those athletes and not slot in.
Yep.
That was Serbian athlete Trakic.
And you can see it's hard to see from this angle what those gaps are, and those athletes have lights on the back of their bike that are able to tell them what those gaps are. But important thing that we can see is that when that athlete passed this athlete on the right-hand side of our screen, that athlete has to actually get out of that quote-unquote draft zone within a certain amount of time as well, and he complied with that.
Well, only if his gap is bigger than the 12 meters. If he was sitting at 12 meters, he shouldn't have to move back. And it should be the guy.
When that athlete passes, he then pulls over to the right.
If there was space, yes.
Which there was.
Yes.
And
so
then
yes,
that athlete went back.
Yeah.
So exactly what we were talking about there. But we see that athlete still chasing, still getting that gap, trying to keep it as close to that 12 meters as possible without coming inside of that.
Explain the lights that we're seeing on the back of athletes' bikes.
Well, that one's. Is that red? It looks red, and that means that the athlete behind is a little bit tight, but these athletes are...
So is that made a move past?
Okay, so that's what that red light was flashing as the athlete was within that 12 meters drafting zone. There's 3 different colors that this little unit will share with the athletes. It's blue, orange, and red, and that red tells them that they need to either move all the way through and get past to that next athlete, or if they've just been passed, like we just talked through, they need to get out of that red zone as quickly as possible. But there's no color on that athlete, so we know the athlete behind is in a good spot. And we can see there that is flashing red or orange. Looks like it went full orange there for that athlete. There's a little lag, so when they get past, they're still showing that, that red flashing for the athlete that just passed, just prior to that. So that is bib number 54 cruising in the front group. So that is Philippe Paulin from France, and looking comfortable right now in again this chase group at the moment.
Yeah, so these are the race ranger units that you're seeing on the back of the bike, and ideally you want to be sitting with either no light or a blue light, which is sitting 12 to 14 meters behind the rider in front. A solid orange light means you are 14 to 17 meters. Obviously, no light is your gap to the rider in front is above 17 meters. And as Matt was saying, if you see a flashing red light, you are within the draft zone and you need to move past fairly quickly, or yeah, as you said, if they've just been passed, they need to move back themselves.
Yeah, and there's always a way out, right? And that's what's kind of cool about this Race Ranger system is it gives you details on exactly how tight you are. And our refs still kind of use common sense, and they'll use the Race Ranger as a guide. They're not just going off of these colors that the computer's giving them. But point is, the athletes, if they know the rules correctly, when they're being passed or they're passing on their own, there's always a way out for you not to get a penalty. And knowing the rules ahead of time and thinking about the situation before it actually occurs is what's going to allow those athletes to have the best chance of success as we go through there. And that athlete is bib number 67.
Ron Eppel.
Yeah. So Ron Eppel having a great race at the front of this group. And you can see he's got a bunch of hydration on board, and he is focused on that athlete and maybe even that Race Ranger in front of him, Sid.
I'm going to be picky now because that's what we can do. I'd love to see him drop his head a little bit more.
Let's do it. We'll get a radio to him. But update, the male pros have gone through that 16-kilometer mark. So Hannah Butters has gone through 43 seconds now in front of Sam Dickinson. So spread it out. You were right. Sam did drop off. Panagiotis Batatos is at 56 seconds. Eustace Nischlag is at 58. Kelly Heens is in that group at a minute back with Kasper Stepniak at 101. Nils Lorenz at 102, Mark Dubrick at 122. So none of our favorites have really bridged up to this front group that weren't in there, but big movers and one on screen, certainly right now getting himself to the front of this chase group. We'll see how far to the front of the course he gets after this break. Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn is brought to you by Full Gas, real roads, real results, and by Precision Fuel and Hydration. Crush your next race with Precision Fuel and Hydration.
And we are back with the leader of the women's race, Caroline Pohl. She had a lead out the water. The women are through 3.7 kilometers. She's still in the lead and has about a 30-second gap to Sif Bendits Magnuson, Marta Sanchez, Kate Coran, and then a little bit further back, Kat Matthews is a minute back. And we have our top three fastest females through transition one, presented by Morten. Kaidi Kivioja at 135, Sylvia Lothseth, 138, and Kat Matthews, 139. just testing me with all the names.
Yes, it's you happy that I volunteered you to be.
However much I
read that
practiced
one.
before the race, when it comes to saying them, you still kind of like mess it up on the spot.
Oh yeah.
I apologize to the women. We're doing our best.
Well, we certainly are, and I know that they appreciate that. But women on screen continuing to push the pace and has a comfortable gap at this point, and we're going through just 3.7 kilometers is the split that we have for Carolyn Pohl, and that's 27 seconds in front of Sif Bendix Madsen, then Marta Sanchez, Kate Curran, Luisa Jogna Prat, and Kat Matthews is at 55 seconds, so she's already pulled through and got in front of some of those other athletes that got out of the water in front of her. Yep.
Yeah, so that's a good actually combo there of Kat and Lisa, both very strong cyclists. I think Lisa is, I've lost count of the number of times she's won the Swedish national time trial. Many is the answer to that.
And Lauren Brandon just a second behind them as well, so she'll do her best to try to keep up. Maja Stage Nielsen 1:21 behind. Tamara Jewett at 2 minutes. And Els Visser, that athlete we were talking about, a fair bit back and at 3 minutes. But again, we are with now our men's leader, Hannes Butters. And again, not waiting around for anybody, Sid.
No, he's not. He's, definitely wanting to make the most of this race. Interesting to see like how much experience he has at this distance and if he's going to be able to hold on as we see them just going around, taking that corner.
Yeah, he knows how to ride a bike.
He does.
Yeah, he's taking every, people might say, oh, it got a little close, but the best cyclists are going to take every single inch of the road to be able to hold as much speed as possible around that corner.
So, do you brake in the corner or before the corner?
I never brake.
You never brake.
Sid.
You didn't. Brakes are overrated.
Yeah. No, but that is a good question. Ideally, you're hitting your brakes and getting yourself to the speed you can handle a turn in well before you actually initiate that turn.
Yeah.
And you got your hands maybe over the brakes so you can feather them a bit as you hit the outside of the axis so you don't hit a cone or something. But this guy did it like a pro.
I am going to apologize to Hannes because he has actually got some, he's been racing since 2022 and has some 70.3 distance races and results. And actually this year has made a huge leap forward. So perhaps that's what we're seeing with a fifth in a race earlier this year in St. Polten and a second as well at a half distance triathlon. So yeah, maybe he has got more experience than I'm giving him credit for. So sorry, it's not just about his coffee making skills.
No, definitely not. And we're allowed to buy these races. Again, bring huge fields, and not all athletes we have all the data on, but we found it here pretty quick. So good job to you. But Butters definitely aggressive. We can see, as you said, German athlete. You can see the team that he's on is a well-established team. So those folks aren't going to get behind an athlete unless they see something special. And, sometimes there's a little bit of pressure associated with that. Sometimes it gives you wings. But right now, Butters took that gap out of the swim and is continuing to push that pace. And for him, a win or a podium at a 70.3 European Championship would be a huge step up for that athlete.
Yeah, definitely. Like, he has had a couple of sort of podiums this year, but not in the field that we're seeing here today. So, I think if he can hold on for, I'd say it's pretty early to say call him for the win, but even holding on to a podium, I think it would be a massive step up for Hannes. And like you said, he's only young. He's 22, so probably and very keen, enthusiastic, and energetic.
Totally, and you notice, he did make big moves up into this year. Really got his run down, and it seems like his run is reasonable, right? It's in the mid 116s, low 117s. So as an athlete that needs a gap to be able to stay. I mean, we're talking about an athlete like Yeli Heens could run a 108 on a day, right? More realistically, probably in the 10 or 11 range. But again, there's a very, very fast course, and conditions seem to be setting up for possibility of a fast run. But again, we don't know that Hanna's runs that he's had this year are his best runs.
Yeah, that's
so
right.
he's putting himself in a great position, and we did see through 22.8 kilometers.
He's extending.
Yeah, so it's 60 seconds to that athlete behind. That's Sam Dickinson, and Batados just behind him. And then kind of that group is pretty close together. The first athlete that has kind of dropped out of that group is Mark Dubrick, and he's 20 seconds behind. But Peter Hemrick and McDowell are with Dubrick, so a lot coming up.
Yeah, and that's Tom Davis that we're seeing on screen now from the UK. So yeah, he's again putting himself down, trying to catch up with that group in front.
Yeah, it certainly is, and doing a great job. It looks fantastic on his bike, and it's awesome. Through a new partnership with TriDot, Ironman is able to provide triathletes and coaches an overall course rating for all Ironman and Ironman 70.3 events worldwide. And TriDot has used its data intelligence assets and 100-point index to provide the data for today's race index that is powered by TriDot. A course varies dramatically based on its terrain and climate, as well as an athlete's physical profile and performance ability. So TriDot's race index gives athletes insight into these and other distinct aspects of each course, specifically as it relates to their personal performance ability and body composition. Let's take a look at what the athletes are facing out there with today's race index. The race index created by TriDot measures a triathlon's difficulty on a 0 to 100 scale, with race 0 being absolutely ideal racing conditions and 100 being the most difficult course with challenging conditions as well. Race index takes into account the terrain and environmental conditions of a given race, including the course elevation gain, elevation, temperature, humidity, wind, water conditions, and many more data points. The race index value gives athletes a way to compare one versus another and to provide a clear picture of what to expect on race day. The baseline, or race 0, is when the race index is 0. This means perfectly ideal conditions. It would yield extremely fast times and PRs and very few DNFs. No current or chop on the swim, saltwater, wetsuit legal is part of that. A flattest bike and run courses you can imagine, similar to what we have here today at Tallinn at sea level, similar to what we have here today. No wind, very light wind that we're seeing out there so far today. An ideal temperature and humidity is at about 15 degrees Celsius or 60 degrees Fahrenheit and 30% humidity. But, let's face it, we never have completely ideal conditions out there. And race index higher than 0 means the course ender conditions are more challenging than perfectly ideal conditions due to one or more of the mentioned factors. The race index is calibrated to max out at 100. Today's score on the bottom of the graphic is today's race index for this course. So based on today's race index score, the right side of the graphic shows how today's times will be affected elite, mid-pack, and slower triathletes. The gray bars indicate course times for ideal conditions, race 0 conditions for elite, mid-pack, and slower triathletes. The color bars indicate course times based on today's conditions and race index number for elite, mid-pack, and slower triathletes. And we can see that today it's a low score, 14. So fast conditions and a fast course.
Yeah, and I think we knew it would be a fast, flat course because it's so flat. And I think the splits that were coming through from the men's race, the speeds of 52 kilometers an hour upwards, it's pretty speedy. So back with Carolina Paul on the women's leader. She has had a few podiums this year. She was third at Ironman 70.3 Valencia, fifth at 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne, and she's had a good few podiums over the last few years. So certainly doing her best to put herself in position to get another podium today. Currently has about she had a 30-second lead over the chasing women at our last time split, and we'll see if she has gained more on that lead when we come back after this break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Welcome back to the Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn. We are here with our women's leader, continuing to push the pace at the front of the course, and that is Caroline Pohl.
It is, yeah. She's got a 30-second lead over the chasing pack, which includes Sif Bendix Madsen, Marta Sanchez, Kate Coran, and then a little bit more of a gap back to Louisa Igno-Pratt, Kairi Kivioja, Kat Matthews, and Lisa Norden.
Yeah, it looks like we are seeing men's chase at this point. So the back of the chase group that we've been kind of off and on with. This is, almost saw that bib number.
M9.
That was 9. So one of our
Kasper Stepniak.
Pre-race, not favorites, but pretty far up there in
contention.
The pre-race, in the contention there. So riding well, and a pretty solid group that we've got chasing our leader.
Yeah, and I explain he's got a double layered bottle system between his arms.
I think you're trolling me, but I claim to be the first person to have done the double bottle setup, and it was at
I
Oceanside.
did not know that.
Yeah, and I got torn apart, but it was
did.
quite aerodynamic. You fit everything in there, and great question. But the reason that is more aerodynamic is it fills up that void and that space in between the athlete's arms and the chest. We saw last year a lot of athletes using fairings that they put the bottle in their chest to create, more to get rid of some of that space. And effectively, that's what he's done here, is just external. It makes the bike handle a little bit weird when you stand up.
Like the weighting of it is
a
little bit odd.
Yeah, there's a lot of weight
Top-heavy.
on the front, so like that flicks that front wheel around, so you need to practice it. But it's great. Like we saw one of our female athletes lose a bottle off of the back early. The benefit of this is that he's always going to be able to see exactly where his nutrition and hydration
and he's
is.
Almost got a chest rest.
Kinda.
He can almost lean on it, and then tuck his chin in that gap.
Yeah, and it could be, maybe he's not. I know you're kind of joking, but he could actually use that as a cue to be like, okay, I need to be low, and maybe I hit my chin on the thing, and that's certainly
totally
helpful. But as we were speaking, Sid, some of our other women or chasers have gone through. So Sif Bendix Madsen has separated herself from that chase group, but now it is Kat Matthews kind of on the hunt and riding at this point second fastest on course behind our race leader Pohl, but she's in third place, 1 minute and 10 seconds back. Lisa Norton 1:20 back, so she's already dispatched of Lisa Norton, who you said with that national championship title, quite a fast cyclist. Kate Curran 1:40 back, Pamela Oliveira 1:50 back.
Yeah, and we've just to update people, we've had a couple of blue cards for drafting. So bib number 59, James McCollum, has got a blue card for drafting, and also bib number 21 on the female side, Louisa Igno-Pratt.
Yeah, there you go. So it's pretty early. We're getting those, and that's when it's going to happen, is early in the race, where we've got a lot of athletes all together. This great course. See the athlete on screen actually dropped a bottle, his cage broke. And again, this will be whether or not a referee saw it or recognized that it was a mistake, or if there's a referee there to be able to give a penalty. But right now he looks like he's rolling smooth. No penalty at this point, but again, super fast course that these athletes are out here on. A little bit more difficult course, but one of the most spectacular races on the circuit. I was lucky enough to go there this year to report the great racing down at Cairns Airport, Ironman Cairns. Truly spectacular destination, take my word for it. Stunning course and electric atmosphere. And you can see why the Cairns Airport Ironman Cairns is one of the world's best. It's a race where a World Heritage listed rainforest meets one of the natural wonders of the world, the Great Barrier Reef. No wonder it's known as a race in paradise. Secure your spot and register today. And Sid, I don't know if you saw, but I was able to get up in a helicopter and I saw the rainforest.
Well, I was about to say, what was the best bits of your trip down there?
I mean, I got to fly out to the Barrier Reef and swim in the Barrier Reef. That was pretty cool. But I got to hug a koala and kind of hang out with a kangaroo.
I didn't think you're allowed to do that anymore.
Yeah, it's there's some risks involved, but had a great time.
Do you have a boxing match with the kangaroo?
Refuges. I tried, but we ended up just laying down and kind of taking a nap together.
Oh,
They're
nice.
much more docile.
Did you sit in its pouch? Was that where you sat in the kangaroo?
They did not recommend sitting in the pouch, but I did swim with the crocodile as well.
I was about to say, did you see a crocodile? That was my next.
I did. I swam with one. It was looking right at me. It was terrifying.
And probably going to be controversial. Have you had crocodile pizza? It's actually really nice. And I prefer to have a crocodile on a pizza than see it face to face.
I think that's true. We'll leave it at that.
I've also had kangaroo pizza, which in Australia when I lived there, which is probably quite harsh because I think it's a national animal.
Yeah. So when you choose to eat endangered species, you want it to be on a pizza? Is that what we're talking about?
No, kangaroo steak is amazing as well.
No, I'm just kidding.
But there was a pub, there you go, very British. There's a pub near where I used to live that did a crocodile pizza and kangaroo pizza.
And I'm going to go ahead and guess and say that it tastes like chicken, just a little gamier, right? A little bit.
Yeah. Kangaroo steak's very good for you. It's very lean.
It is. Okay, who else is lean is the time gap that is to the front of our racer right here. It's Kat Matthews has leaned that gap out for sure, but huge gap behind her at this point as we see the splits continuing to come down for Kat Matthews as she chases the front of this race. Right now riding in third place, Sid, but just Sif Bendix Madsen and Caroline Pohl in front of her. Sif and Caroline are going to be very hard for her to pull back, but if somebody can do it, it's the women on screen, Kat Matthews. Let's see after this break.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 European Championships Tallinn. We are currently looking at, obviously, Kat Matthews on the screen. I'll do a quick update with the weather. Our weather presented by Roka. So a couple of degrees warmer now, 18 degrees Celsius, 65 degrees Fahrenheit for our American viewers. Beautiful clear day, very little wind, and 68% humidity. So fast conditions on a fast course for today's race.
Absolutely, and as we saw earlier, that's why it gets that 14 rating from TriDot, and no doubt Kat Matthews is going to do her best to get to the front of this race and secure herself max points over the 70.3 distance. And we talk about that every second matters. She knows that there's athletes behind her that she wants more time on. So not only does she want to win and get those max points, she wants to get as big of a gap on those athletes behind her. And, you know, Kat's been around this week. Her husband actually raced an Ironman yesterday.
Finished for the first time. Failed to finish the previous 2 years.
You know, we've all been waiting, finally, for Mark to get across that finish line.
Sub 9, apparently.
But she's been here for a bit, and we were able to sit down and chat with her. Let's see what Kat had to say.
Hello. Well, you've already won here a few years ago.
Yeah, the 70.3. Before it was a European Champs.
Big difference. Tell us the difference.
I think two differences. The European Championships always brings a bigger field, but the Pro Series now as well has brought in the whole load of Americans as well. So I think it's now it is a proper regional championship race. So yeah, as all the Pro Series races, we're seeing really, really competitive fields that are going to take a lot to beat.
Say no pressure race, but there's a little bit.
There's a little bit of pressure. I think the pressure that I put myself is I wanted a perfect score going into Nice. So I wanted a perfect score and then 2 World Championships. So that's the pressure. That's my own expectations.
On the bike course and run course, who you expect on?
Yeah, it's going to be real fast. I think the girls averaged like nearly 42k an hour last year. So if it's dry, good weather, you know, moderate winds, it should be slightly faster.
On your latest social media post, it says, I'm choosing between 2 options, flat, apprehensive, need for energy conservation, or number 2, carefree, only opportunity, smash. What we decided?
But my attitude is of preservation. I think with so many races this year, with the whole Pro Series and just life generally, I feel like I need to preserve my emotional energy. So I'm really hoping that it will come together in this competition with some of the Olympic athletes as well as the long course coming into this one. I really want to give it all my all. The thing is, I'm very confident in my own training at the moment. The performance is really good, and so I'm very happy with, I know where it's at, and this race is not going to derail that. And I know what my numbers are. We'll see what smash looks like. It might have to be a thrashing on the run.
And there we go. Yeah, interesting to hear Kat Matthews' thoughts. So yeah, she's definitely wanting that perfect score of the 5,000 points she's got from winning Ironman Texas and Ironman Vitoria Gasteiz. And then obviously wanting to get the 2,500 points for this, hopefully winning the 70.3, which will put her into a good position going into Nice, and then Topor 70.3, the world champs in December. She also said, I thought it was interesting, that she did win here back in 2019, I think it was, I can't remember now. But actually she said earlier this was the race that inspired her to get into triathlon. She was watching it a long time ago, and so yeah, saw this race, and then here we go.
There you go, all sorts of different journeys to get where we're at, and Kat has used this race to inspire her to get to the very front of the sport of triathlon. I mean, she's had a meteoric rise for sure, and continues to push that pace as she tries to pull back Sif Bendik, Matson, and Carolyn Pohl. So now through 22.8 kilometers is 1:15 back, and we can see just in front of her that Sif Bendix Matson is 54 behind.
That's huge now that she can see her.
Yeah.
And she's got eyes on. I mean, she was still, what, 30 seconds? No, 20 seconds back, but at least she can see her on this very straight,
and in the last
flat course.
In the last 8K, she's only brought back 6 seconds on Sif Bendix Matson. So she knows that athlete, and that Sif has incredible strength on the bike. And I think right now we're actually behind our chasing male of, it could be, looks like it's Nils Lorenz, I believe, is second in that group. And then we had a lot of athletes moving through here. So big group. We had Jelle Heens was pushing the pace. Kasper Stepniak is in that group. Sam Dickinson is in there. Justus Nieschlag is in that group as well. And it looks like Kevin McDowell has made up to that group, as has Mark Dubrick. And most importantly, most likely, Peter Hemmerich has made up to that group as well. And I say most importantly, the most likely is that the importance of him being in that group. If he gets to the front, that is when this group is either going to really pull back that gap on our leader, Hans Butters, who we have on screen here with this great drone shot, or just start to detonate that very, very large chase group that we have of 8+ athletes.
Yeah, it looked quite stressful in those camera views of the athletes. So, you know, you're just trying to, when it's a very flat course and you're trying to not get in that draft zone, and then you have to overtake and put the power up to move past. So yeah, being up the road, as our leader is, Hannes Butters, is probably the best place to be.
Yeah, and we say that almost casually, but it is hugely important. And stress in all of our lives, you know, affects every other aspect, right? And we know things derail when we're in a more stressed state. And certainly as an athlete in this small environment, any more stress than what you're trying to give yourself, which is get across 70.3 miles as quickly as possible, you take some of that stress away and you have much more chance for success.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
This is where I wanna be.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn. We are cruising through this course here. Men are coming up on 40 kilometers in, and women have just gone through 25 kilometers. So a lot more action for these athletes, but they've already gone through a fair amount of swimming and a fair amount of cycling already, Sid.
Yeah, that's right. And you could see then that aerial view, and you can see it now as well, a huge, huge chase pack on the bike as they're going around the, I'm going to call it a lollipop at the end of the far end of the bike course.
Yeah, and
what are you seeing?
We're seeing, I believe, that is Peter Hemmerich has already made his way to the front of this chase group. I think there's still one athlete in between. Nils Lorenz, I believe, is in between these two athletes we see on screen right now, trying to get a bib number there. It looks like that
74 or 40, no, 34.
34. So
that's our local Estonian Henry Rappo.
Yeah, so he's back in the group a fair bit, but the athlete that we saw on screen just a second ago, Peter Hemmerich, was cruising through the front, pushing the pace as best as he could, and trying to get himself to the front to put himself in that position to have as much control over the race as possible.
Yeah, so currently on screen we are seeing bib number 34, Henry Rappo. He is from Estonia. He was 23rd here last year, but he is six-time Estonian champion and comes from a short course background. And I think, like we're seeing a lot this year, either if athletes knew beforehand a few months ago that they weren't going to make the Olympics, they have moved up the distance, and then those that we're also seeing once the Olympics is over, they're then throwing their hat in the ring for the 70.3 distance and probably hoping to get a slot for the 70.3 World Championships in 2025 in Marbella. And there's 4 pro male slots and 4 female slots on offer today, and 75 for the age groupers for our. So this is actually the first race for 2025 qualification.
Yeah,
I think.
Yeah, and athletes like Rafa would be looking for that right now.
Yeah.
He's all the way back in 16th place, chasing this chase group that again is about a minute and 10 seconds behind our leader. Is the majority of this chase group, about 120. So he's got a little bit of catching up to do. Might have missed that ride, but you can see now that this group is starting to spread out because of that injection of pace by Peter Hemmerich. And I mean, this dude knows how to ride a bike. And if there's often you look at like the quote unquote Uber cyclists, and a lot of them really shine on tough courses, because the tougher the course, the more time they're out there, the more they can take advantage of their cycling ability. But with Peter Hemmerich, he actually rides on the trainer most of the time. He's in his basement. He's a former teacher. He just kind of went to full-time triathlon a few years ago. But this dude excels the most on very, very flat, fast courses, which is kind of counterintuitive to what we think of when we think of a cyclist of his caliber. But he's totally blown this group apart.
Yeah, I mean, he can just like, because he's used to probably that, like the time on the trainer and things like that, he's just can put his head down and power on a almost just individual time trial ineffective. He's yeah, he had a really good year like a few years ago, and then has struggled a little bit, but then came back at the end of last year with some good results.
Yes.
And then this year it's been a little bit mixed, has sort of alternated between DNFs and finishes. So if the pattern goes on his results, so this far this year it's a DNF today, which I hope is not the case.
Yeah.
I hope he does break that.
I think he's gonna break that. But on screen right now we have our
Grace
women's
Tech.
chase group, and that is Grace Tech. See her grimace smiling here as we check out her position and just kind of get a real view of what her energy is looking like as she is in this chase group.
Yeah, Grace is she's a great swimmer, and we saw her coming out with one of those front packs on the swim. She isn't as strong on the bike, but she is a great runner, so I wouldn't be surprised to see her coming through later on the run.
And there we go, that's Pamela Oliveira, and she's just in front. So right now, that was Grace Tech, was actually 2:23 behind through our last check, and looks like Pamela has moved in front of Grace. She was behind her at that previous check, so moved along quite well, and very experienced athlete. When you expect to see Pamela shine, is it the swim, or is it over a tougher race, or where do you expect to see her shine?
I'd definitely say that the swim is her strength, so you see her normally coming out in that front pack.
Yep.
And then, yeah, obviously, I mean, all these athletes are very good swim, bike, and run. So we're obviously being relative to the others on the field, but I say, yeah, the swim is definitely her strength. And sometimes she can have a good bike and a good run. I think she's had some good races, probably more in the more hot, humid conditions. Maybe it's not quite as challenging enough condition-wise for her today, but yeah.
There we go. And this athlete here is Solveig Lofsteth, and she is still chasing. And again, these athletes now are over 2 minutes behind our front athletes.
Solveig Lofsteth is on screen. She's actually had 2 70.3 wins in her racing. She comes from Norway. She raced at the Olympics in Paris earlier this year, but has raced a couple of 70.3s. And I kind of expected her to be a little bit further up the race, as we see. I know that's Sif Bendix Madsen. Very compact, petite athlete on the bike, almost that Ruth Astle kind of aerodynamic, and a ridiculously strong cyclist as well.
Ridiculously strong.
Yeah.
I was lucky enough to be out filming on a moto for 70.3 Boulder this year and watching her cruise around the course, and she is a remarkable athlete, very, very strong over the bike, and held on very well on that run as well. And you can see, Sid, kind of what you were talking about, one of our male athletes, she's got, she doesn't have enough room for 2 bottles, but she's got 1 bottle right up there, again, helping her maybe stay a little bit more aerodynamic and obviously hydrated throughout the bike ride.
Yeah, I mean, you know, athletes like Sif and I was going to say someone like Ruth Astle, they are so compact and so on sort of close to that top of the bike, they can get into really aerodynamic positions. I know they both spend a lot of time working on aerodynamics. Sif's partner is a male pro who's probably one of the best in the world. So I know they spend a lot of time working on the details. I'd say, like, going back to what her strength, like, she's very good swim and bike, and the run, if she has a weaker discipline, and I hate to say weaker because, like I said, all these athletes are exceptional.
Yeah.
It is the run, but I think it's only going to be a matter of time before she pulls that together.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And the more refined she gets in that position on the bike and being able to dose that energy correctly, the better, or more efficiently, I shouldn't say correctly, the better she's going to be coming off of that bike and having efficient runs. But surprisingly, we actually see her losing a little bit more time to our leader, Carolyn Pohl. So she's 1:17 back now. So in the last 10 kilometers, she's lost 20 seconds. And that means Kat Matthews is hunting her down as well at 1:22. So just 5 seconds back. But Carolyn Pohl continues to be the fastest mover out on the course.
Yeah, she's having a great race so far. Still out in the lead. As we have our Norwegian athlete again on screen. Riding pretty well as well, fairly good aero position. Now her aero bars are kind of come up quite bent at the end.
Yeah, a little bit. Gets her hands in front of her face a little bit. You know, each athlete, their biomechanics are different, and what's going to work as an aero position for them might not be what's going to work for somebody else. And she's got some pretty long forearms, so having those hands above or as close to kind of her chin as possible is going to again take up a little bit of that space. But gaps behind those athletes through 31.2K. Again, we had Kat Matthews 1:22 back, 5 seconds behind Sif Bendix-Madsen. Then we had Kaida Kivova at 2:06, Lisa Norden at 2:12, Emily Morier at 2:31, Marta Sanchez at 2:34, and Lauren Brandon at 2:36.
Yeah, a little bit surprised that Kat has ridden away from the likes of Lisa Norden, but then we all know Kat has probably got the bit amongst her teeth of getting that 100% record and getting maximum points, as we are with our number 34, Henry Repo, again, our local Estonian.
Getting some local exposure. Well deserved for our local athlete here, but cruising around on this.
Looks like he's a bit in no man's land. It looks like he's in no man's land as well, yeah. Which is hard when you can see, well, I don't know if you can see them at the moment. Yes, you can see the athletes coming around on the other side. It's hard when you see a pack of athletes going in the opposite direction and you are on your own. So this is coming to the end of lap 1. Coming to the turnaround, as we are going to get some VinFast performance stats on our leader, I believe, coming up as Henry Repo finishes first lap and starts his second lap.
Yeah, manages that 180 pretty well.
It's quite tight coming out of there.
It certainly is, and he's back on it, pushing that pace and doing his best to bridge up to the front, but at this point he's probably gonna have to wait for athletes behind to get out of that no man's land. But this is our VinFast performance analysis on the bike for Hannes Butters, 1:40.46, and that's 49.11 kilometers an hour. Crazy stuff, and appreciate VinFast to giving us that data to share with y'all.
Yeah, and just to update on the leading the men's race. So as we said, Hannes Butters is in the lead, but we've had a big move from Robert Callen from Sweden, who is now a minute back, but in second place. No real surprise to see Robert Callen making his move on the bike. Tends to be where his strength lies. I think he rode one of the fastest times in I think it was in Vitoria. One of the fastest times on the bike for the bike course went 3:54. So yeah, no real surprise to see Robert Callan now making his moves, and he's up to second place. Nils Lorenz is also a minute back in third, and then 1:22 back to Peter Hamrick, Kasper Stepniak, Ella Gaines, Panagiotis Bitados, Kevin McDowell. So there's a big group. Justin Nishlak, Leonard Arnold as well in that chase group.
Yeah, and as you said, Callan is an incredible cyclist. So we saw a 3:54 bike split. No, that's not a 70.3 finish time. That's a bike split for 112 miles or 180K. And then 4:03. His slowest Ironman bike split this year was at Texas, and that's a 4:03.
His slowest.
Which is absolutely bananas. He's gone under 2 hours a few times on the bike at 70.3 distances, a fair amount of times actually. And at least 2 under 4 hour Ironman bike splits. So absolute powerhouse when it comes to putting out big splits. So no surprise that he's moving himself up. But right now we are with Kivova Kadi from Estonia, and she is riding in front of a decent little group of 4 to 5 athletes, depending how much it's spread out at the back there.
Yeah, so Kaidi is a 2 times Olympian, but now becoming established over the middle distance. She was the first female athlete from Estonia to make it to the Olympics for triathlon. She only lives 100 kilometers down the road, so very much a home race for her. She spoke pre-race that this is always like her #1 race for the year, and she's super excited. The other thing that I thought was interesting, I spoke to her. I actually was lucky enough to meet her in person in Paris. We were both there watching the women's triathlon event, which was fantastic. And I dropped her a message before this race and asked her a few questions. And I asked her when she was growing up who was an athlete that she looked up to.
Yeah.
And she said, I always used to look up to Lisa Norden, and so it's pretty cool that I now get to race with her.
That's pretty cool. Yeah. And at this point, Lisa Norden in the rear view?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Not very
together.
far.
Yeah,
just
right
there.
Right there.
And you know, we joke about that a little bit, or I do, but it is it's huge, and it does give you wings a little bit to be out there. And sometimes it can be a little intimidating, but at the same time, it can actually be calming, because that's actually a face you're used to, right? Like she's used to thinking about Lisa and looking up to her, and you know, Lisa is a very gracious athlete too, so I'm sure very polite in any interactions. But it's certainly gives you an energy when you're like racing with and at times in front of childhood heroes. Pretty cool.
Yeah, that's right. And obviously great for Kaidi that this is her local race. Great. I think you're right. Lisa is one of the loveliest, nicest pros on the circuit, and it ridiculously experienced, obviously, that silver medal in London 2012 in the Olympics. But yeah, multiple now sort of probably more suited over the full distance, sort of made that transition up. She won Ironman Sweden last year, which was fantastic for her, being obviously from Sweden. She is actually like just a local, like not even local, just a hero in Sweden, like from that Olympics. She
totally.
Yeah, I think you go into some of the airports in Sweden, and there's just like a big billboard, and it's Lisa.
Pretty cool.
She also has a dog. I want to talk about dogs because we had puppy cam earlier.
There's a lot.
She's got a very good dog, very cute dog.
She does. Right now we can see some action in the middle of this women's group. And again, that's bib number 32. But just quick little updates on that last timing mat. Kat Matthews has gone through that timing mat in front of Sif Bendix Madsen. So she's at 127 behind Carolyn Pohl. And then that group that we were looking at with Kaida Kivova was at 240. So those athletes have lost over a minute and 15 seconds to Kat Matthews just in the first 35 kilometers of this race. And that doesn't seem like a lot of time, but for as fast as this race is and as much as it's going to continue to spread out as we go, that really is Kat Matthews kind of putting her stamp. But she still has Carolyn Pohl to catch, and right now Carolyn is outriding Kat Matthews.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 European Championship. Tallinn, some great action out on course as we see our women going through 35 kilometers and our men almost through 50 kilometers. Again, I am Matt Lieto and I'm with Laura Sedal, and great racing so far.
That's like my formal name on a Sunday. Is that why we're...
Yeah.
Yeah, just checking.
It's officially
Oh,
Sunday.
I feel like I've done something wrong when I get called my full name.
You have, I just haven't explained it to you yet.
Exactly, yeah. I've got a factoid for you because our man with the factoids is a little bit lacking at the moment. So over 50% of Estonia is covered by forest as we go to a town shot. That's perfect timing.
A great segue,
I
Sid.
couldn't have planned that better. Yeah, so it is over 50% is covered by forest. The highest peak is 318 meters with an average elevation in Estonia of 50 meters. It's flat.
Yeah, so if you stand up on your roof, you can see the border of the country.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, pretty good. Here we go. On screen right now is our pre-race favorite, defending champion, bib number 1. That is Peter Hemmerich. Again, looking very aerodynamic as he also often or almost always does. But again, he's getting outridden at this point by Nils Lorenz and Robert Callan. And that time split that we had on Callan's Ironman in Vitoria Gasteiz, actually the world record fastest Ironman bike split.
Yeah, pretty impressive. And obviously, Peter is at the front of a large trace group. I'm interested on his bottle at the front. He's got an aero bottle, but then a straw to his frame. So is he then using, is that?
I don't know, he's doubling up.
Doubling up.
Yeah, so we'll have to get a better shot of that. But
as we see the forest.
As we see, there we go, back to the forest. And the overhead shot of Hannes Butters at the front of this course. And all this talk about Robert Callan and Peter Hemmerich and Nils Lorenz riding so well. Hannes Butters is still outriding all of those athletes. You know, he's still a fair bit pace in front of that. Actually, Robert Callan has put a minute into him, but everybody else he's even splitting or just faster than. So amazing performance by this athlete who seemed to just, you know, softly with catch-up strokes swim away from the field early.
Yeah, that's right. And just to if people are wondering, you get a great graphic on the bottom of the screen with the full gas bike course. The elevation, it looks a lot bumpier than it is, and that is obviously all relative because I think the gain in this course is about 50 meters. But you can see that our race leader is coming up to about 56.9 kilometers. The next split is at 59.5, so we'll see if he is.
I'm sorry, but holy heck, like they're cruising through this course.
Yeah.
Like they are absolutely mobbing right now. His average pace is 50 kilometers an hour.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Don't try that at home, kids.
No.
That is not recommended. That's
I would
crazy.
need a e-bike for that, I think.
Yeah, but the problem is your e-bike maxes out at 28 miles an hour.
I'd have to take off the restrictor.
If I was on my e-bike going as hard as possible, these guys would still drop me. And well, if you've seen me, that's not that impressive. But these guys, point being, moving across this course quite well. And I'm very impressed, obviously, with Hannes Butters and his ability to not be afraid of those athletes around him. You know, we use it takes a little bit of courage, maybe a little bit dramatic. It's just a racing, but when you haven't had those big breakthrough races and you go to the front, you're like, you know what? I'm going to put Callan in my rear view, Hemrick, all these guys, and try to ride them, continue to put distance on them. It does take a little bit of, self-confidence, or a lot of self-confidence, and a little bit of courage. And some youth and ignorance maybe too.
Youthful ignorance of just like, I'm going to put this as we see, we're now with our American Mark Dubrick on screen, who has, had some great results in 2023 and he's kind of up there. I still feel Mark's not quite got his stride in the 70.3 distance yet, but he's definitely a very talented athlete.
He has at times. He had a great 70.3 Worlds last year, just a few seconds out of having the fastest run split. But right now he is going backwards, the wrong direction, as far as everybody else is moving forwards, and Mark Dubrick is
and now I see why he scored the shark, and it's on his race suit.
There you go. Well, Shark ain't doing anything in the middle of this bike ride, unfortunately.
Well, sharks don't like land, do they?
They certainly don't. You might want to rethink that. But we were able to sit down and chat with Mark this week. Let's see what the Shark had to say.
Okay. I'm Mark Dubrick from the United States of America. Happy to be here in Tallinn. It's been a roller coaster of a year. Some good results earlier in the year. And then I did Oceanside and St. George that were pretty average. I definitely had higher expectations for myself there. I was battling a little bit of an injury that I decided to stop racing for the past 3 months, get fully healthy. And then I saw this race on the schedule, and with it being European champs, with it being part of the series, I knew it was going to be a great race, great opportunity. I don't stray away from like high caliber races, so I think I'm ready to compete for the win, hopefully, or a podium or anything. I'm just going to race as hard as I can. But yeah, it was just a great race opportunity. I've been to Tallinn before, actually. I came in 2018, just on holiday. I have a college friend who lives here, so yeah, pretty familiar with this area. Yeah, so push to swim. Swim's kind of always been a strength of mine. Here especially, I don't think it's really going to matter much. Like, I'm not going to go too deep in the well in the swim. It'd be nice if we can get a small group, maybe 5 to 10 that separates. Probably 5 would be nice. I just don't want it to be a huge group on the bike. Not that that doesn't like help me, because I can bank on a good run after that, but it just gets hectic. You're dealing with a lot of congestion around corners. So yeah, it'd be nice to have a nice honest race in the swim, split up the groups, and I'm excited to see where my bike is, honestly. It's been something I've been working on for a long time, and I'm excited to lay it all out there, especially the short course guys. They're absolutely going to change the race, fight it out for the win. You got Yellow Gaines. He's done some long course races before. He did Oceanside. We know how good he is on the run. And then Justus Nischlag, I'm not saying that right. He's really good as well. And there's some other names in there, dark horses you could say, that are absolutely going to dictate the dynamic of the race.
Well, he's definitely right. Some of these dark horses are dictating it, and spoke too soon. Mark looks like he's actually found a second wind, or this group has slowed down a little bit, and he's actually making a bid to get up back to this chase group, which would be great for Mark, and then set him up for, kind of as he was saying, the ability to, have a good run off the front or after a solid bike ride.
Yep. As we now go, back with Robert Callan. Our male pro that's absolutely storming this bike ride. Has, as you were saying, what was it, several 4-hour or sub-4 Ironman distance, but certainly making the most of the distance here. So he has 4 bottles as well. So he's got that double stack on the front, 1 on the frame, and 1 on the rear, as he's just coasting now, very aero.
Yeah, so that bottle on the frame, aerodynamic as possible. That actually has like concentrate carbohydrate setup. So a lot of athletes will put their carbohydrates in that sort of bottle. You could fit 1,500 calories in there.
In there.
Yeah, so he might have that. It seems like that's probably what that is. And then 3 bottles of hydration. You might have your carb mix in 2 of them, and then a lot of athletes want to have just straight water just for the taste, to be able to get that, wash things down with pure water. But to me, what stands out is how incredibly smooth this athlete is on his bike. And we say this, but yeah, I could put my cup of coffee on his back, and I'd see it in 90 kilometers without a drop spill.
Yeah, was it Katie Ledecky that backstroke swam with a cup of water, I don't know, on her forehead? And Robert, and especially like he's such a tall athlete.
Yeah.
You know, you can see the stack height on his aero bars and his saddle as well, but just looks super, super comfortable on his bike. Very aero.
No, he certainly is, and we've gone through that 60-kilometer split with these athletes coming through here quite quickly. And my splits actually aren't loading now, so we'll get that to you when we get back from this quick commercial break.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
IRONMAN 70.3 European Championship Tallinn is brought to you by Morton. Get used to it. And by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. He's still looking pretty good. Still looking pretty fast.
Yeah, he didn't take a break, did he? He just carried on.
Certainly did.
Yeah, super long levers as well on his legs. So it just makes him,
Oh, totally. Yeah, it's amazing to watch. And it does look like through that split at 60K, we can see the leader in front of him. And that split is telling us what we're seeing is true. And he's getting close to Hannes Butters at 26 seconds with Nils Lorenz at 35. And then they are separating more from the rest of the field, Sid, with Leonard Arnold and Peter Hemmerich at 120 and 127.
Yeah, but I feel that kind of gap's stabilizing a bit to the chase group at that 90 seconds. Hannes Butters isn't getting away too much more like he did at the start. And with our women, they are through 47.3 kilometers. And actually, interesting, Caroline Pohl is still in the lead, and she still has 90 seconds over the chase pack, so not really made an indent in the last 17 kilometers. And actually that chase pack is the two, so Sif Bendix Madsen and Kat Matthews look like they're sort of taking it in turns to sit at the front and do the work while the other person sits legally behind at 12 meters.
Yeah.
But yeah, they're still 90 seconds behind Caroline.
Yeah, and stabilized for sure. And yeah, no doubt that they're that legal distance. Every time I see them go through a mat, they're about 2 seconds apart. So even, much more than that legal distance. But right now on screen, Robert Callan, that last split, it showed that Nils Lorenz was just 10 seconds behind, but I feel like that is opening up. That's a pretty large gap. And I think we could see him, Robert Callan, getting to the front of this race here pretty quickly, just absolutely storming. Right now, the estimated finish time for him on the bike, if he was continue at this pace, is a 1:58.57. But if anything, it almost looks like he's increasing his effort as he goes. Sid.
Yeah, that's very impressive. I think he potentially is going to be on the lead as he comes into T2. Update on the women, we've had a few more people through the 47.3 kilometers. So we said we've got Carolina Pole in the lead, Sif Bendit Madsen and Kat Matthews chasing at 90 seconds back. And then we have a fairly big group of 6 athletes. So Solvi Solvi Loftseth is leading that. So there's 3 minutes back off the lead with Emily Moria, Kaidi Kivioya, Lisa Norden, Marta Sanchez and Lauren Brandon on the back of that group. So they're chasing, and then there's a little bit further back to Kate Curran in 10th.
There you go. But yeah, things are definitely shaping up in the men's and women's field. But Sid, do you know what time it is? It's fun fact time.
Love it.
Here's your fun fact, or first fun fact. Tallinn is a pretty old city. That's an understatement.
Yes.
It's existed in some form since around 1248, which makes it one of the oldest capital cities in Northern Europe. Situated on the Baltic Sea along the southern coast of the Gulf of Finland, Tallinn has always been considered a strategically important city for trading and military defense. We likely have the Danes to thank for the founding of the city, as it was a Danish king that captured the land and built a castle on top of a hill. Some 800 years later, Tallinn is now a modern, fast-growing tech hub dubbed the Silicon Valley of Europe.
It is, yeah. And did you know that they actually in Tallinn, or Estonians, I should say, were behind the inventors of Skype and also Wise, which you didn't know what Wise was, but it's online banking system.
On air.
It's probably a European thing.
It probably is.
Yeah.
I'm still.
I use it.
Yeah.
Multi-currency, as we
I use homing pigeon still.
See a few. Do you still write checks as well?
That's
Paper
all
checks?
I have. Yeah.
That's like a
Paper
very
checks and
US
cash.
thing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go. Big movers coming through here. This chase group is starting to solidify. What are you noticing kind of as these athletes roll through?
Yeah, so still quite a new dynamic for the female racing these days. Like, we're getting bigger packs similar to the men. So females are having to like sort out that management of energy systems, like making sure they're staying the right distance behind. But if they want to overtake, not that surging of power output. We have a pretty close packed group of 5 there as we get Lauren Brandon on the screen. I can recognize that suit and that very aerodynamic position. So yeah.
And she's last athlete in this group that now is about 6, right?
Yeah, it looks like she might have just been
just
popped off the
dispatched
back.
a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah. So she's going to have Kate Curran as the next athlete behind her that she might see. But right now, it seems like she's holding pretty good pace compared to the rest of those athletes in front.
She can still see them. I think she needs to, if she can keep them in sight, she can still can keep her going and hopefully jump onto the back of, or keep them in sight, keep her going and not lose too much time.
Nope, not at
Saying
all.
all things the wrong way.
No, you're good.
Go for it.
Right now,
Matt, VinFast.
we can see the VinFast performance analysis on screen there a second ago, but great info from VinFast about our athletes out on course.
And that was our athlete that we had the VinFast analysis for, our Norwegian Solvi Loftseth.
There we go. But, again, riding smooth, very aerodynamic position. Again, we were saying one of our male athletes could put a cup of coffee on her back and it would be maybe not as warm as when the ride started, but about the same quantity when she delivered it. So no doubt, no surprise to see her moving through the front or to the front of this race course. But back on the men's race to Robert Callan, it looks like he's slowly pulling in our first place rider.
Yeah, definitely getting those. And I think that gives you motivation, right? When you can first get eyes on and then you can see that you're closing in. I think it's, you're patient on this point at saying, because you're gaining time, or do you kind of put in a burst to make up that gap quicker?
Yeah, I think it's a good question. Patience probably is the way to go on it, because what's important is that these guys are getting really close to the end of the bike ride already, which is crazy. They've gone through 66 kilometers at this point, which is just nuts how fast they're doing it. But everybody, or most of these athletes, can ride at a very high rate of speed for the first hour. And then after that hour, it becomes rarefied air to be able to push the kind of watts and hold the kind of pace that an athlete like Robert Callan is. So you kind of have to trust that training and your own strength in that, and be content with just cruising along, and then that last hour really pushing the pace. Anthony Costas right now easily recognizable because of that insane aero bar setup, and maybe you can explain that to some of us that can't tell right off the bat what's going on there.
Yeah, I think he's the only athlete that is still riding with this system, so that's why he's easy to spot. So if you notice with his aero bar system, as the camera just pans back to the two guys behind him, he's not actually got a base bar. So he has just got the aero bars. There is no base bar, because those bars, I think there's a button or something that then if he gets out of aero position, he can click a button and they sort of fold down into becoming the base bar. So he only ever has aero or base bar. He doesn't have both. Quite a unique setup. I haven't seen any other pros with the same setup. Or he did a few years ago, but he's definitely been the one that's stayed with it through this time.
Yeah, and Anthony Costas was in a group of 3 with Fabian Musin and Justus Nieschlag. They're about 30 seconds behind our kind of first chase group, we'll call it. And but let's, as we're getting into a pass here for the lead of our race with Robert Callan, let's take a second to hear what he had to say coming into this race.
I'm Robert Callan from Sweden. I'm here to collect some points for the Pro Series. That's the goal for the season, to place as high as possible. So gonna fit into 70.3 races now, this weekend in Tallinn and next week in Selam-C. That's the goal. And since Victoria, I've had actually some problems with my knee, so haven't been able to run as much as I want to. I've biked the more, so hopefully the bike shape is even better than in Victoria. Maybe I will be in the second pack of the swim, depending on how it goes, and then I will try to create some gap on the bike and run as good as possible.
Run as good as possible. I think that's a pretty good plan.
Yeah, I think so. Get a big gap on the bike, and then hope to run as good as possible to take that win.
And I mean, he can do it. He's had some solid run splits. He's not, again, these athletes behind are capable of running 108s, 109s. He's in that kind of 120 zone, and it has shown actually over that Ironman distance to me that he's capable of a faster run than a 120, but he just hasn't quite put it all together. And it's really hard for those very, very good cyclists to take a little bit off the top. And everybody's always telling them, hey, if you went a little bit slower on the bike, you could run faster. It's like, well, if I went slower, I wouldn't be as fast on the bike in general. So,
play to your strengths.
Let Robert do his racing.
Yeah. And actually, interestingly, Robert is our highest pro in the Ironman Pro Series currently sitting at 22nd. And I am finding it quite interesting that on the men's side, we don't have anyone from our top 20 in the current overall Ironman Pro Series racing today. So Robert Callan is the highest. He's sitting at 22nd. But on the women's side, we do have 4 women in the top 20 racing. So a little bit different strategy maybe of races.
And do we think some of that's maybe coming from the fact that a lot of athletes raced Frankfurt last week, which they'd be too tired to then do it, and those athletes that raced Frankfurt last week got a lot more points, so that's why they're kind of in that top 20. So good observation, and I'm just trying to justify maybe why we're seeing that. But Robert Callan trying to get those 70.3 points on board.
Yeah, I wonder if the other thing is a lot of the men are now sort of maybe having a reset and going into a training block leading into Kona, the Ironman World Championships, whereas the women, because the VinFast Ironman World Championships in Nice is only in 4 weeks' time, they're getting they're coming in and putting a race down to kind of build into that.
Totally, kind of like racing into the race, where the men, some of them, if they didn't race a race like Frankfurt or Lake Placid, are back and trying to put in, the long miles and the build-up for the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Kona. And here we go, overhead shot of our athletes. And now a great shot of the coastline in Tallinn. Again, beautiful, beautiful zone. And as you said, lots of forest. But interesting to see that Callan has kind of, he had that target, wanted to catch up to our race leader, and then it's kind of sat near that legal distance and settled in, and then instead of going straight by. But it looks like now he's going to take the lead from our leader, who's been out there for over an hour and a half, 2 hours on the nose almost, is Hannes Butters. And we'll see if there's any interaction between the Swede and the German as makes a pass. A little look over, little word said. Looks like
it's getting a bit windy out there.
It does.
Crosswind coming in as they're heading back into town. And I wonder if Robert Callan just sort of measured his effort as he came up behind Hannes, and then has sort of put in that surge, went past pretty easily, and has got back into the distance. It's like you see, definitely the wind coming across. Yeah,
it can be a bit of a gamesmanship too, pausing a little bit and then putting in more effort as you go by. And you know what? The 2025 Ironman Europe, Middle East, and Africa race calendar is officially out. Whether you're taking the first step or building on what you've started, a transformative journey lies ahead. There's a destination, course, and date that lines up perfectly with your goals. We guarantee you'll find it here.
Can't you see I've got the eyes of a champion, brighter than the rising sun? I'm the king of this mountain, standing on the top, looking down on you. This is my legacy. You can't hold me, gravity, 'cause I'm the king of this mountain. Look in the eyes of a champion. Can't you see I've got the eyes of a champion, brighter than the rising sun? Standing on the top, looking down on you. This is my legacy. You can't hold me, gravity, 'cause I'm the king of this mountain. Look in the eyes of a champion. I'm the king.
And we are back here at the Ironman European Championship 70.3 with our race leader. That is Robert Callan. As we know, he's been cruising around and finding his way to the front of the course. And no doubt, again, a bold athlete, Hannes Butters, still staying in as best he can with, again, the world Ironman record bike course holder in Robert Callan. Absolutely riding away from the field at this point.
Yeah, that gap back to, well, at the last split, I guess, was 40 seconds back to Nils Lorenz, but it certainly looks a lot further than that when we got that shot back. Fun fact time?
I sure hope so.
So, fun fact now, Tallinn is a fairly small city with a population of around 460,000 people. This accounts for around 30% of Estonia's entire population. Those 460,000 people benefit from free public transport across the entire city. And then starting in 2013, the initiative was designed to encourage a greener approach to transport, intending to limit the amount of cars and traffic. As a tourist, it makes navigating the city a breeze. That's pretty cool. Free public transport.
That's incredibly cool.
I'll do that.
I love it. Sign me up as we see our male leaders going through aid station, but back out on course with male bib.
That's Sam Dickinson.
Number 63, that's Sam Dickinson. And let's see, they're about to go through another timing map, but the last we saw Sam Dickinson was in that chase group with fellow Olympian medalist Kevin McDowell.
Yeah, I'm still interested to see when Sam gets off the bike what he can run. Especially I don't think they're that far. They're in a big group.
And for the record, Kevin McDowell, silver.
Yes.
Sam Dickinson, bronze.
Yeah, all right. All right, we're getting like that, are we now? All right. I was just going to...
Got to do what we can.
Yeah,
USA.
That is true.
USA.
That is true.
No, but all kidding aside, Sam Dickinson having a great race. He was an incredible racer in the Olympics, had amazing results in the solo race to help his teammate out clearly, and then in the team relay race was the reason those athletes, one of the reasons they were in a position for the gold medal, and again ended up with bronze. But let's go chat with Sam and see what he had to say coming into this race.
Hello.
Hello.
Let's go. We might be in trouble.
Please stay away from the race hotels and get into a private
hotel.
Any hotel. Yeah.
Hotels are hard.
It allows him to be in control of his food, of his sleep.
Just remind us how your training's being, because I mean, you should be at the top of your game, man. You just come straight from Paris almost.
So, I'm probably in like the best sort of like 3K run shape I've ever been. The best kind of 20-minute effort level that I've ever been in. So that was my job in Paris, was to be a specialist for the relay. Then like Gordon Ramsay.
How do you change the training? Because it's obviously a different distance. You train for a specific distance.
So the situation with me is actually quite simple. It's just stay healthy. I mean, that's the real barrier.
Well, the Christian's been training probably similar to you, coming out of the Olympics, and he's just smashed an Ironman, so you should be okay doing the 70.3, right?
He's just gone and proven that 2 weeks ago, and hits Frankfurt and breaks the course record. And with the Christian's, I think, a bit of an anomaly. He's that good. This all goes well. Hopefully, it ticks the spot for Marbella next year, and that's kind of the grand plan. To perform well at 70.3 Worlds next year. I just know that this year's all about discovery, all about learning. I'm looking forward to the next generation as well. I'm looking forward to getting as many people into triathlon as possible, and that's why I'm doing the Olympics and trying to do this. And yeah, hopefully we'll see the next few champions coming through.
So what's the plan now? What are you going to do?
Hour to 90 spin on the bike, just check it all works. That's including myself.
Yeah. Have you had a look at the bike course yet?
Flat, fast bike course, 2 laps. We'll see. I think being like ahead of the race will be important. Really, I don't really know. We'll see what happens. Still haven't updated from the short course shoes yet. Not sure if they're the fastest over 70.3 yet.
We'll see on Sunday.
We'll see. They're camo though, so you won't see me coming.
All right. See you.
Right then. Thanks for watching. Like, comment, subscribe, share. See you on Sunday.
So Sam Dickinson currently sitting in 10th, but sort of in a pack that leads up to 5th. So 5th to 10th. 5th is Peter Heimrich. So yeah, still very much in contention there. 2.5 minutes down off the lead. So yeah, still in the run when it comes to the run.
Oh, very much so. And these guys are getting kind of left in the dust a little bit now by our men's leader, Callan, and second place athlete, previous leader, Hans Butters. They're 2.5 minutes behind that group that you talk about, which for the running capabilities we've seen with Callan and Butters still probably has that race for the win coming out of that group, but a fair bit back for sure, continuing to push the pace.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 European Championship. Tallinn, we're here with our race leader, rhymes with Tallinn, Robert Callan. No coincidence there.
See what you did there.
I did, thank you. I think I had to spell it out for myself.
You've been planning that all through the ad break.
I never even noticed it till just then. It just comes to me. But so right now, those two athletes, again, riding together, Robert Callan and Hannes Butters, are 2 minutes now ahead of our two chasing athletes, Leonard Arnold and Nils Lorenz. And that's going to continue to open up on the other athletes chasing behind in that kind of main field chase back that we were talking about.
Yeah, that's right. And then on the just update on the women's side, they're through the almost pretty much 60 kilometers, but we've had quite a split of that chase pack after Carolina Pohl in the lead and Sif Bendix Madsen, Kat Matthews. They're now over 2 minutes behind. So yeah, dropped a bit of time, 2:10, 2:11. And then the chase group that we had behind is all sort of splintered. So Solvi Lofseth is in fourth. She's ridden up to fourth, but she's got a gap to Marta Sanchez, another gap back to Emily Morea. Kaidi Kivioya is, again, further back, and Lisa Norden and Lauren Brandon have also splintered off the back. Lots happening.
Yeah, there's a lot happening. And the men's field, Rodrigo Acevedo is actually DNF'd. Just got that report from out on course. As we can see, nice overhead shot of our first few athletes. And then Sid, it looks like, again, it's 3 minutes to Kevin McDowell, who is in that group, behind Peter Hemmerich and Kasper Stepniak, who are 2:50 down. So that's now 3 minutes to our leaders from there. And Justice Nijlag, Anthony Costas, that group has actually bridged up. So that group has gotten bigger. It doesn't look like the American Dubrick made it across with those three athletes because he was kind of at the tail end of that group. But now we're talking about, Sid, a distance or a time gap that then does put it into the space for a Robert Callan or a Hannes Butters, even though they're 117, 118 runners, might not have or might have enough of a gap to be able to hold that over some of our pre-race favorites.
Yeah, that's right. And I think, like we're seeing now, Robert's gone to the front. He's really driving the pace, and that's why they're getting a gap ahead from and putting time into the chases. And we've got on screen now our AG1 supplemental stats through 78.7 kilometers. So that's Robert Callan. Averaging estimated clock at the next split is 2 hours 22 minutes. So they are hauling through this bike course.
Yep, and that's overall time for him. His estimated bike finish time right now is 1:58:20. So yeah, you are right. These two males are absolutely cruising through this bike course.
I mean, we talked about his. I'm going to check now. We talked about his bike times over the Ironman. I'd be interested, and he's done quite a few around that 4 hours or sub 4 hours. It'd be interesting to see how many sub 2 hours he's done.
Yeah, it seems like
70.3 as well.
Yeah, a few, and they're kind of in that range. And right now we see our little preview of what these athletes are going to see as they get into T2, hit that blue carpet, and do everything they need to do to get ready for that Hoka run course. We can see the athletes have their bins there to put all their equipment in when they get off the bike, and then straight to it and onto this blue carpet and out and on to that Hoka run course. Pretty cool. Cool little video.
Yeah, and obviously, like with that changed swim location from the lake out to the ocean, it was a split transition. So T1 was moved, but then they come back into T2. It's by a shopping center, I think. Hopefully they don't get too distracted.
No, not at all, not at all. And yeah, still in that women's race, it's Caroline Pohl continuing to distance the athletes behind, as you said, over 2 minutes now over her closest competitors. She's now gone through that 66K mark. We'll get an accurate split when those other athletes get behind. But for her right now, her projected finish bike time is 2:10, which is pretty darn fast, Sid.
Yeah, that's right. And we've got our just a weather update from our friends at Roka. So now you can see it's now 21 degrees C, so it has increased during the bike ride, 70.8 70 degrees Fahrenheit, clear sky, so no clouds. The wind certainly looked a little bit more than that 7 kilometers an hour. But yeah, definitely getting hot now, and I have heard like for this time of year, it can definitely heat up for the run. So with no cloud cover as well, could be quite toasty.
It certainly could. Right now on screen, that looks like Jelle Heens, who is riding in that chase group at about 250. Back again, he's with Kevin McDowell, Sam Dickinson, Peter Hemrick, Kasper Stepniak, Panagiotis Batados. And so I would say in this group, if you're Peter Hemrick, you don't want to start a run with Jelle, and none of these other athletes do. Obviously, we've got 2 Olympic medalists. They've got a lot of top end and snap in their legs right now behind. As you stated earlier, Jelle wasn't able to participate in that relay race or unfortunate circumstances, but he right now, to me, is in the driver's seat to be able to get that possible top step again. 3 minutes to those 2 leaders, so it kind of depends what kind of running legs those 2 athletes up front, Robert Callan and Hannes Butters, have.
Yeah, that's right. As we see, Carolina Pohl. Well, now we've got Kat Matthews and Sif Bendix Madsen. They are currently chasing at 2 minutes 15 down from Caroline Pohl. So even that's going to be I think that's still within the realms of being able to run Caroline down, but we shall see if that happens when we come back after this break.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 European Championships in Tallinn. We are with Kat Matthews on screen. She is chasing down, or trying to chase down, Caroline Pohl, who is our leader in the women's race. 2 hours 07 or 2 hours 08 on the clock race time. And they're about 2 minutes 15 down off our leader. I think for Kat, probably still a very achievable time to run down. In her head, probably thinking as she goes for that full house of maximum points before entering World Championship season. What do you think?
Yeah, and I think you're right. And I'm just curious, though, what else is in her head? Like, would she think that at this point, she's put 2 minutes on Lisa Norden,
that she would still be 2 minutes behind the swim leader? Probably not, right?
No.
And tell us what you know about
I think
Caroline Pohl's running and her ability, not to put you on the spot, on how we know Kat Matthews was second at 70.3 World Championship. She's great at this distance, very, very fast runner. Is 2 minutes or 2.5 or 3 minutes enough for Caroline Pohl to hold off an athlete like Kat Matthews?
I think Kat can close that down. I think what's going through Kat's head is she'll be a little bit frustrated. I think that she isn't gaining that time back because she will back herself kind of on the bike, I think.
She's been outridden by
But
a
she's
minute.
being outridden, exactly, which I think will, whether she knows that because of the data getting to her on the course, but I'm sure that's
there's a frustration that she's not seeing the front of the race, but at the same time, if she's getting splits or when she gets into T2, knowing that it's a 2.5, maybe a 3-minute gap by that stage, probably not, maybe 2.5 minutes, I think she'll still be pretty confident that she can run that down. As we heard in the interview before the race, she's very confident in where her training is at the moment.
Yeah.
And leading into the next block of races, she's put the pressure on herself to get a perfect score. So she'll be definitely gunning for that win. I think Caroline, she's had a couple of decent races this year, 70.3 Valencia and Les Sables d'Olonne. She also races Bundesliga.
Oh, yeah, cool.
So she's been racing the Bundesliga, so short course European team. So she's definitely got the speed as well. She's been doing that. So
yeah, no doubt. She's got the speed in her legs for sure. Someone else who has some speed in their legs is our athlete on screen, Robert Callan, continuing to go through this beautiful section of the course in beautiful Estonia. Hey, and you know what? I've got a fun fact for you.
Fun fact, let's do it.
As part of Estonia's push to be a digital leader, the country launched an e-residency program in 2014, which allows anyone in the world to start and manage an EU-based company online. This initiative, based in Tallinn, has attracted entrepreneurs, freelancers, and digital nomads globally, further enhancing the city's tech ecosystem. Pretty cool. Am I seeing Robert Callan already getting his shoes ready to get off the bike?
So they're coming up to the turnaround at the end of the laps, at which point they will go straight past, this time, they will go past that turnaround and into T2, I believe.
They are going so fast. I cannot believe how quickly he's getting through this course. We were told this was going to be an incredibly fast course, and no doubt it certainly has been.
So T2 is right there. He somehow has to merge across traffic, I believe, but T2 is.
There you go, a little look over his right shoulder. Yeah, we can see the lead moto pulled over there as well.
And the arrows there pointing him to the right. So yeah, he is coming in. We'll see what time he comes in for that bike split.
Yeah, so right now he's still right there. He's gone through the next little split at 90.9 kilometers. As you said, bike course also a little bit long. So
that's true.
The time that he's got with, I think it's almost about a mile long compared to our normal course, he's still going to be well under or just under 2 hours with an extra mile, which is absolutely insane. But again, he's a world record holder over the Ironman distance. No surprise that he could do something similar over that 70.3 distance. So there he is on and over the mat. As we see, Hans Butters is just 30 seconds behind him at this point.
So he dropped him at the end, yeah.
He did, yeah, certainly. And now they're through, or he's getting through transition, doing his best to run through there smoothly, make sure nothing falls off his bike. He's being pretty focused on that.
He reminds me of Chris Froome when he was running through.
Oh, running up a hill.
Very tall. Yeah, but very tall. Athlete.
So again, that is 1:57:20, Sid, and that's also on a bike course that was 56.8 miles long, so 0.8 miles longer than normal.
Yeah, and actually the course best time for Tallinn was by Sebastian Kinley, who we know is a very rapid rider.
It's okay.
In 2020, and it was 1:57:30, and that was when it was shorter. So as we see on screen, the Wahoo Element Bolt, 1:57:20, first off the bike, Robert Callan. So new course best and longer distance.
Yeah, you could add at least a minute 45, more like 2 minutes off of that to get, what realistically he went. So pace very, very quick through that. And this guy's already through the bike and the swim, 2:23:20 as he enters the Hoka run course, and a quick transition for him as well. And again, Robert Callan at the lead of our race, and looks smooth, letting it open up.
Yeah, it looks like he's running really well. So I guess, what is he got? 30 seconds on Hannes in second, and then he would, 3 minutes now it was, wasn't it, back to that chasing group. So
and I'm
definitely within range.
Totally, and I'm betting it's going to be more than 3 minutes, considering the time that he put in on his station. It looks like he dropped something out of his little bag there, but doesn't stress out too much. Just make sure he goes back. picks it up. Maybe that was a watch or, electrolyte tabs or something there, but he did come out of transition with 26 seconds on this athlete on screen, Hannes Butters. And Leonard Arnold has gone through that 91-kilometer mark at 2:43. And Sid, that was the athlete that was in between the gap. So we are going to see most likely over 3 minutes to those that chasing group with our favorites behind our leader on screen right now, Robert Callan.
Yeah, and also Hannes Butters looked really good running out of T2. And also interesting to see that the run course comes out as the bike course goes in, and if Robert can get further along, then he's out of sight for the athletes coming to T2. They're not gonna see him.
Dude, and tell us about the mind game that is when you're riding in and you see somebody running and they're like a half mile on the run already. Like, what the heck is what's going on here?
Yeah, I was about to swear, but I'm not allowed to do that. They'd have to beat me out.
Do
But
that.
yeah, it is a head. Messes with your head.
There
I
you
should
go.
put it that way.
There you go. I like it. We see one of our athletes coming through here. I believe that is Leonard Arnold, is now in T2. And again, he's 2:40 behind in front of Nils Lorenz, who's going to be about another. You see him right there. He's already on that one-sided pedal, gets off the bike, and he is just about 40 seconds behind. And again, sorry, actually, that is our group now coming through here pretty soon.
You
Not
were right,
quite
4
through.
minutes. Yep, 4 minutes for that chase pack.
And that's through 90.1 kilometers.
Yeah.
So we see these athletes now. That is still our chaser that's come through, Nils Lorenz, putting his bike on the rack. He's going to get all the equipment he needs out of that little box and put his helmet in that box to replace it, put his shoes on, socks if he needs it. But here's that chase group, Sid, and first coming through off of that chase group on screen right there. Haven't come across our Matt yet, but we know who's in that group. That's Yeli Heens. We saw him right there. Dickinson is there as well. Anthony Costas is in that group, as well as Pagniotas Batatos, Peter Hemrick, Kasper Stepniak, and I believe we still have the American Olympian is still in that group as well. It looks like maybe he was distanced just in the last moment there, Didi. Sorry, Sid.
You've done it once. There we go. I should have put money on this. I knew it was going to happen at some point.
Yep.
I'll take that though. Kevin McDowell, I think, was who we were looking for. Who just looking at the numbers coming through. But Robert Callan is well away at the front of the race and has now put his cap on, so he must have run out with that out of transition. Maybe that's what he dropped.
Yeah, and he looks so smooth. And, when we see a quote-unquote Uber biker overextend themselves, we don't see the kind of heel drive and movement and smooth movement and great arm carriage that we're seeing in an athlete right now in Robert Callan. He looks very, very smooth and controlled. And he's going to feel even more smooth and controlled when he realizes he has 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Because then it's like, okay, if Yeli Heens or Peter Hemrick run a 1:11 and I run a 1:14, I still win. If those guys run a 1:11 and I run my best ever and run a 1:16 and end up on the podium, great.
Yeah.
But right now, he's putting himself in a position where he hasn't overextended himself. Right now, we can see our top 3 fastest male transition times presented by Martin. That's Stepniak, 39 seconds. Dickinson, 39 seconds. Yeli Heens in 41. No surprise, a few Olympians in the fight for the podium on the Morton transition time.
Yeah, that's right. And with that split screen, we're getting shots of Hannes Butters, who was our leader out the water and leader into most of the bike until Robert Callan caught him, as we see Mark Dubrick come crashing down before the dismount line.
Oh, no, that's not good at all. Mark is not having the smoothest race at this point. And we're back with our leader, Robert Callan, cruising through the early sections of this run course. We'll get some splits. First split through is about 4 kilometers between Mark Dubrick. He's got a shoe in his hand, and he's chasing those athletes in front of him. Having a solid race. I don't know what he's kind of looking around. Looks a little bit lost.
I think that fall might have disorientated him a little bit. I didn't actually see what happened when he came to the dismount line. It is, I guess, quite narrow coming onto that blue carpet. We see that's Tom Davis from the UK coming through there as well. Didn't catch the number of the other athlete, but I'm sure we will get it as we look like we're back with, that looks like a Kat Matthews bike, currently in 2nd place. But yeah, still 2:15 down off the leader at 74.7. It's not a, well, it's our leader, Caroline Pohl, but similar bike. But yeah, still got the lead.
Certainly
Smashing
does.
it.
2:13 in front of Sif
Yeah.
Bendix Madsen at that last split, and 2:15 to Kat Matthews, and a further minute 15 back to our 4th place athlete. So again, just looking comfortable. It doesn't look like she's overextending at this point, and she's putting it in a spot where she's going to make Kat Matthews bridge up. And you know, Sif Bendik Madsen is putting herself in a position to have a podium shot. Don't really see Sif Bendik Madsen moving up and really fighting for to take over the woman on screen right now, but she's definitely put herself in a good position in this European Championship to have a podium. And on the left-hand side of the screen, Robert Callan making his way through the early sections of this bike course and making it look easy.
Run course.
Yep, that's a run course.
That's the run course.
You're right.
And the bike course for the women's still. Now, interestingly, so Kat Matthews and Caroline Pohl raced in Bahrain, Ironman 70.3 Bahrain last year. Kat won, Caroline was 3rd, and Kat ran just over 5 minutes quicker than Caroline. So I'm sure she knows that, and obviously that was last year. We don't know what Caroline can run this year. We don't know what Kat can run. Kat's had a pretty heavy race schedule and still for the end of the year, but yeah, so she ran 5 minutes quicker than her in Bahrain last year.
That's a tidy gap.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, definitely a lot more to come on the race on the women's side as we see some more of our male pros coming off of the bike as well.
Looks like a little bit of a wobble coming into into transition as well.
Oh, conversation with
very steady.
looks like maybe a cramp.
Getting off the
Yeah,
bike.
that is the worst when you're trying to get off your bike and your hamstring says, yeah, not quite yet,
it's
buddy.
an age grouper.
Yeah,
So maybe
that's
he's
brutal.
maybe that's calling it a day rather than coming into T2.
There you go. And men out of T2 is again this large group. There's going to be a run battle in this group. Nils Lorenz was 3:10 back, but then really this group of 6 athletes. Kasper Stepniak, 3:32 back. Panagiotis Petados, 3:35. Sam Dixon, 3:36. Jelle Heens, 3:36. 3:45, Peter Hemmerich, and Justus Nieschlag at 3:54. Very, very tight racing there. Anthony Costas and McDowell not too far behind.
It is interesting, though. I think you can see the other runners, though, coming up behind Robert Callan. I think you can see Hannah Sputus in the background. Pretty nice course, though, this. It is the Hoka Run course. It is 2 laps. It is, again, flat and fast. It's the theme of the day here in Tallinn. Not many turns, but looks pretty nice along this sort of bike path. I'm hoping that's not they don't have to come back along that as well, because it's going to get pretty congested. Again, you can see the graphic on the bottom of the screen. Probably shows more elevation than there actually is, because it's all relative.
It really is. Yeah, there's not
It's
a
flat.
lot of elevation. And yeah, we can see back there, it's a solo runner of Hannes Butters with a cyclist with him to make sure everybody knows where he is at on the run course, and we can keep tabs on him as well.
I think they are running back along this, because you can see those red little tiny trip hazards in the middle of the bike path. It's could be congested on the second lap. But we'll see.
Yeah, I think the race directors have it under control. I think it's going to be a great run course, both out and back, as we see our second place athlete, Hannes Butters, rolling through. And again, last check we had, he was about 25 seconds back. I think maybe that gap is a tiny bit smaller now. But if I was making observations, I'd say maybe he's working actually harder than our athlete in first place, Robert Callan.
He doesn't look as good as he did when he first came out of T2. Definitely looks like he's I say struggling relatively, but yeah, not quite as smooth as when he ran out of T2 earlier. This guy looks very smooth, though.
He looks great. Robert Callan will probably get a split here pretty soon. But, yeah, positive energy from him. He's still got that great slight forward lean, great heel kick, long stride. Again, this athlete with those long levers, as you pointed out on the bike course, looking very smooth. And at this point, in control with over 3.5 minutes on his big favorites that are chasing behind. But let's see if Robert Callan can hold off all the big names when we get back from this break.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Welcome back to Ironman 70.3 European Championship. Tallinn, great side-by-side shot of our first and second place athlete. Of course, on the left-hand side of the screen, our first place athlete, Robert Callan, and our second place, Hannes Butters. What are you noticing, Sid? What do you see?
I think when we saw that shot back from Robert Callan, the gap back to Hannes Butters has certainly increased again. I think we saw him before the ad break, sort of it looked like you could see him behind, but I think Hannes Butters is just looks a little bit like he's struggling and slowing. Robert Callan does not look like he's slowing down.
Did he look a little heavier on his feet?
Hannes?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, a bit more rocking.
Ooh, technical corner there.
They said not many corners in a fast course, but that was a bit of confusion.
When you've got a stride as long as Robert Callan, it's some pretty tight apexes out there on the turn, but handled it well, communicated through it, and right back at it.
It's a pretty stunning run course through these 50%.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Trees
and here's the out and
beach.
back section. He can see some of the chasing athletes. So that's the third place athlete chasing him because he had that cyclist with him. Tell us a bit about that, Sid. Like, these athletes know the course. They know there's a little out and back and a lollipop here. And he still has not come across, I don't believe, any of the really pre-race favorites at this point. So they're like, man, I got to go all the way to the end of this thing, do that loop, and then come back. And this bro just went through there, and that was Yeli Heens that just passed him, I believe, on the other side of the screen.
Yeah, it's just going to give you confidence. Like, you're doing the maths, you're calculating how big a gap that was, how long it took you to run that. But I would say that's just fueling Robert Callan's confidence of how far he is ahead.
And does that pump you up, or does that allow you then to, like, relax a bit? Because you're like, okay, I've got all this space. Let me use it and hold the energy so I have maybe a chance to respond with good energy at the end, or what do you think?
Yeah, I think, well, on this course, it's got a couple of out and back, so the next chance he will get, he'll be able to see if they've gained on him or if he's putting more time, and I think that will be a better judge of when he can go, okay, I don't need to do anything stupid, I can, like, relax, breathe. You don't necessarily want to slow down because that can be detrimental as well. It's just like, okay, you know, relax into my running, keep the pace going, but I don't need to overly stress yet about if anyone's catching me up or not. I don't need to pick up the pace or be prepared if someone's doing that.
Awesome, awesome. And so right now on screen, we can see Kat Matthews riding now in third place with Sif Bendix Madsen in second. And these women actually brought back just a tiny bit of time on our race leader, Carolyn Pohl, in that last split of 5 kilometers. So they have more of that positive energy. Working together, it's easier to stay a little bit focused. And again, working together, you know, they're not, you know, they're legal distance. There's no advantage that they're getting, but you do get motivation when, you know, you don't know, but you just get tired and you're maybe pushing a little less hard. But when somebody pulls around, you're like, okay, we need to keep on it. And right now, those 2 women are keeping it close.
Yeah, and they're both fantastic cyclists. So we saw Kat caught up to Sith in the first part of the bike, and then they've stayed together, working together. And both probably to the best cyclists in the field. So doing a really good job at We're Together, however, not really making a huge impact on our leader, who's having a fantastic bike and swim so far. I'm still going to say that I think on paper, which is always the dread, that I think that 2 minutes is enough for Kat. But I'm happy to be proven wrong, and I probably will be proven wrong. Normally are when we put bets out this early on.
Certainly, and you know, Kat is, as we've seen in the past, a very confident athlete, right?
Yeah.
So if she's gotten dropped, or to a certain extent, and you know, time put in her on the bike, does that then, for an athlete as confident as Kat, when she gets off the run, is there then a little doubt that she's like, oh, you know, maybe this athlete is better than me, maybe my run, I'm not as confident in it, or is the opposite? She's like, man, if this woman can outride me, she has put herself in a lot of pain, and maybe then that's gone more towards Kat.
I would say it probably triggers the fight in Kat more than it would put doubt into her head. I think I've seen Kat race before where an athlete has run up to her on the run and tried to overtake her for the position. And you can almost just see this switch change in Kat's head where she goes, nope, not having any of that. And it kind of actually ups her game. So I think she'll be a little bit puzzled, maybe is a bit strong, of that she hasn't ridden to the front of the race, but respect that Caroline Pohl's obviously having a great day on the bike so far. But I think almost when it comes to T2, Kat will just have that fight to go after it in the confidence.
And we're back at the front of our men's race with Robert Callan running quite well at the front of this course. And our second place athlete, Hannes Butter's already getting gap closed from him. I believe that is Leonard Arnold. Gives a little low high five. And first place in the mustache competition as well is Leonard Arnold.
That's right. And I was actually going to say, I thought Robert Callan looked semi like a Cam Worth.
I was going to say that.
And a Magnus Ditlev.
It's
so
like
the height and the body composition of a Magnus Ditlev, but his face had a Cam Worth look about him.
I'm so glad you saw that, because I was looking at him. I'm like, oh, it's as if you had a picture of Cam Worth on like a digital screen. And you were like, Meow, let's make that a little bit longer and taller. And you know, sorry, but faster on the bike even than Cam Worth, who's known as one of the best cyclists in the sport. But I'm glad I'm not the only one that saw that. But right now, our second place athlete, Leonard Arnold.
Yeah, and the moustache is certainly not slowing him down.
It's on point.
We'll see when they come through. They must be through first splits that we haven't got anything through yet. But yeah, will be interesting to see what gap Leonard has, if he's pulled back time or if Robert Callan is still pulling away.
Yeah, and Leonard Arnold's kind of the last year or two really put himself in conversation to be one of these better athletes in the sport. And it looks like he's actually bridging up to Robert Callan already. So we haven't had a split through here.
Oh, wow.
But yeah, and I mean, this guy ran 2:42 at Ironman Switzerland last year and put himself out there to do so. And he is
I feel he's just come out of nowhere.
He has. I mean, he was 2:24 behind off of the bike, gives a high five.
But he was only just passing Hannes.
Yeah, it was, again, we haven't had that split recently, but last split we had was 30, 45 seconds. And you can already see immediately Callan is heavier on his feet than he was before he just got passed. Looking over his shoulder, he feels a little bit dejected, but he needs to now just kind of get himself composed and do his best to hold on to the pace that he's been running, and it looks like we might be missing kind of our first split out on course at the 3.5 kilometers, so we might not get a full detailed split on these athletes to about 8 kilometers, hopefully. But right now, it certainly is this athlete on screen that is pushing the pace.
Yeah, just update one of your favourites from a few years ago, George Goodwin, he's a DNF for this race. So quite a few athletes DNFing.
Yeah.
Yeah, hope he's okay and it's nothing serious that has resulted in a DNF. As we're back with our race leader, just looked like she was trying to stretch out her legs a little bit as she was riding, then using the water to cool off as the women are closing in on T2. They will be here in, I don't know, another 5 minutes or so.
Oh, real quick.
Yeah.
Very, very quickly. Caroline's going to be coming through. We see her on the kind of outskirts of town as we see the athletes on the other side starting their second lap of the championship course here in Tallinn. But Caroline Pohl in control at the front of the women's bike course.
Yeah, that's right. And fun fact time.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, I know you're excited about this one.
I'm always excited.
Today, Tallinn is known for its status as a modern tech hub, but at the heart of the city, it remains cobblestoned streets and the Gothic spires of Old Town. It's recognized as a UNESCO World Heritage Site. Tallinn's one of the best preserved medieval cities in Europe, and the Old Town offers a glimpse into Tallinn's rich history as a major trading hub. It's a combination of historical significance, architectural integrity, and living culture heritage makes it a site of universal value. I'm going to add to that because it's going to show how old Tallinn is, that Tallinn actually had the world's tallest building, St. Olaf's Church, back in 1549 to 1625.
Wow, look at that.
Long time ago. Had the tallest building.
That's a long time ago.
It is a long time ago.
And still I'd consider a tall building.
Yeah.
We'll give it. And one of the big hills on course for Caroline Pohl, also one of the overpasses.
This is like the only elevation on the
and it stings though.
Race.
It stings, and I think we haven't really talked about it, but people underestimate. Think fast bike course.
Yeah.
It's easier, but a fast bike course, if you're putting yourself at the front of the race, is so much harder on your legs. They feel like absolute bricks because you're riding in one gear almost the whole time. So right now she's able to change her gear up and down as we move through. But again, on screen, our men's leader seemingly coming out of nowhere, Leonard Arnold.
Yeah, you're also with a flat, fast bike course. Yeah, you're in the same gear. You're not getting out of that aero position either, so it becomes difficult from that perspective. So you have to be smart going through aid stations or even up that climb to just maybe stretch out, get up out the saddle a little bit, so that you're giving yourself the best chance to run. As we see Caroline about to make the turn, and then we will see her veer right into T2, our current race leader on the women's side.
Yep, no, she's very, very close to getting herself out off of that bike and onto the Hoka run course here pretty quickly. She's kind of,
It's quite tricky that, isn't it? Sort of having to cross over the age group athletes coming out of transition and starting their bike course. Not wanting to cause any accidents or anything. But she managed to do that successfully.
She has, and she's doing so while she's in pole position.
She is.
That's a good one. I won't take credit for that. We had Aaron from Ironman give me that. He knows I like the cheesy calls, but she is in pole position. She's in first place, and she is racing her bike like an F1 racer would race a car. So I think she deserves that moniker at this point. And again, she's already out of those shoes. Takes that right leg, gets in that position to be able to run effectively. Once she gets off the bike right before that dismount line, you got to watch out for the shoe will get you. Sometimes you see those things hopping around, but doing a great job of having the level shoes as she runs into T2. Sid?
So I've been waiting. I'm waiting for the jokes, Matt. You said you promised
We'll get there.
jokes in
We'll get
the.
there. There's
You've
too
had
much.
a couple of one-liners.
There's too much action. There's too much action right now for us to get to the jokes. But she's come through, Sid, with a time of 2:11:50, and again, that is on a long bike course of almost a mile. So, fantastic bike split from our women's leader.
Yeah, and just looking back at course best times, so last year, Laura Phillip went at 2:09:54. So, but that was obviously on 90 kilometers, as we see up on screen now. Our Wahoo Element Bolt, first female, first off the bike, Caroline Pole, 2:11:50 for that 91.4 kilometer bike.
And look at Smooth as she gets out on the run course. Do we call that is that a dual pony? What are we calling that? I like it.
Well, it's plats.
Is that what that's called?
It's like so you call bunches. You could have is that a US thing?
If it is not.
So pony is one,
Yeah.
I would say. I would say two is bunches, but then they're plaited. So I don't know.
Yeah, we won't go too deep into
Yeah.
it, but I like the style. Looks like she's got a hat to put on too. As we saw our men's leader coming out of transition, you know, she has everything she needs, maybe in a little bag or in a hat or whatever she's using here. And then as she's running, she's kind of putting her sunglasses on, putting that nutrition where it needs to go, and doing so very efficiently. And I'd tell you, Sid, she looks very, very smooth and is settled into what looks like a pretty quick run pace straight away.
Yeah, and I didn't see her, but obviously on the split screen, we have Kat Matthews and Sif Bendix Magnuson coming in, and I didn't see if if Caroline was out on the road.
She might have
where
been
she could
around
see,
the side, yeah.
When they were coming in to see what gap she had. But she looks like she's running well.
Yep, she's now,
Yeah.
you can see even her shoulders would get more relaxed once everything's kind of done. And she's put herself on there as we see her start the Hoka run course, 13.1 miles, 2 loops, very flat course at this point, but looks very smooth and relaxed. 2 chasers have gotten off the bike, as we saw on screen. Kat Matthews, Sif Bendix Madsen at 2:04 and 2:06 behind. So they've closed a little bit, but not too much. And Sid, she looks really, really good.
She does. I mean, I think we saw, as we said about the men's race as well, Callan looked good and then sort of faded a little bit, and the same with Hannes. So I think let's give it a couple of Ks to get settled. But yeah, she looks great at the moment. Maybe she can carry that through, as Kat's obviously taking a little bit of time in T2. She's putting on her socks. Sif Bendix Madsen is already out and running. I'm not sure that will worry Kat too much. She'll be pretty confident that she can run faster than Sif, and she'll set about chasing down Caroline.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, you're right. Not a lot can change the early section. So right now we see Robert Callan getting past again, actually, and that is
45.
45. He's already, before this pass, he was actually down into 4th place. So that pass puts him, I believe, in 5th place. So it's Panagiotis Pitados.
Greece athlete.
Actually,
Greek
yeah, sorry,
athlete.
that was a taped pass that we had earlier. So Robert Callan's still in 4th place. Panagiotis Pitados, Greek athlete, as you said, in 2nd place, 22 seconds behind only from Leonard Arnold, running faster than our leader at the moment. And then Jelle Heens in 3rd place, 52 seconds behind, just 30 seconds behind Pagniotos. And then Hannes Buder's in there as well in 5th place. And then Kasper Stepniak at 2:03. But the big movers in that chase group are Jelle Heens and Pagniotos Pitados.
Yeah, so Pitados looks like he's running slightly faster, but I'm interested in Jelle Haynes and how fast he's running, and I think he'll be the one that's now like gunning for that win.
Yep, for sure. But this athlete on screen, I apologize, I was talking about his Ironman results last year. He's won 2 70.3s this year, Sid, and one of them with a 1:08 run at 70.3 Switzerland, and at 1:17 in Fredrik Kralov, but still obviously an athlete that knows how to win races, and he's done so twice already this year. Right now he's putting himself in position, Sid, to be able to win a 70.3 European Championship in Tallinn. We'll see if Leonard Arnold can keep the chasers at bay when we get back from this commercial break. Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn is brought to you by Hoka, Fly, Human Fly, and by VinFast, Boundless, Together. And Sid, we could see right there was kind of our chase group of, it looks like about
They came back together.
4 athletes all together. That's Kata Kivova, Lisa Norden, Marta Sanchez, and Emilie Morier.
Yeah, so they'd kind of splintered or split up a little bit towards the back end of the bike, but it looks like they came back together heading into T2. Back with our leader, Caroline Pohl, as she heads out on the run course, looking pretty good at the moment.
Dude, she looks great. She looks very, very smooth, running composed, and yeah, I think she's going to leave some work for Kat Matthews and Sif Madsen to be able to, if they want a chance to bring this athlete back, because she's on it and she looks controlled after a ridiculous bike split.
Yeah, that's right. And that's Maya Stage Nelson coming in off the bike, so she's leaving herself a little bit of work to do. And I think that's Kate Karan as well coming in. So she was one of our leaders out or in the front pack out the water, but a few minutes down now off the bike.
Yeah, she's chatting a little bit, as she's putting her socks on, getting ready for the run ahead.
So Caroline's run, kind of anything from a 1:22 looks like to be around about her fastest time for a half distance. Yeah, 1:22, 1:23, 1:24. Kat, I would say, is in that sub 120 realm for running. But yeah, who knows? She's looking pretty good at the moment.
And here we go with our Martin top 3 fastest transition times for our women in T2. That is Pohl with 45, Kivova 56, and Bendix Madsen at 57. And you can hear that really smooth, consistent RPMs from this athlete. Midfoot strike you can't hear overly loud slapping of her feet on there, so there's some good efficiency at this point. We don't have any vision yet of Kat Matthews and what she looks like, but I guarantee you she's running quite quickly. And we saw how quickly a 2.5 minute gap.
Yeah, vanished. Vanished from our Leonard Arnold just ate away that ground that the lead had. There we go. There we get the split. The split from Caroline and Kat. I'd say that looks pretty normal for Kat.
Yeah.
She always looks like she's working quite hard.
She always is working quite hard.
She always is working quite hard. That is very true. Very true. Never one to, slacken back. But I'm just, I don't know, being, again, just looks like maybe it's just the angle from now behind on Caroline just looks like her stride has shortened a little bit as she's heading out on these out and back sections on this run course, whereas you can see Kat still looks like she's very much charging.
Yeah, and if it's any sign, you can't see Bendix Madsen behind Kat at all. We would expect her to gain a gap on Bendix Madsen reasonably quickly, but it shows you how quick she's running through early sections of this Hoka run course that you don't even have vision on it, but we'll probably get a split on these two athletes here soon enough. But yeah, she is powering through the early sections of this run course, and there's zero doubt she is running faster than Caroline Pohl from my vantage point.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, sometimes strides and stuff look different as we go back to the men's race, and this looks like we have another challenge for the lead.
Yeah, so we've got a bridge up to first place from Pagniotis Pitados, and looking a little bit at his results, over the half distance, he did get a win earlier this year in Walshy running a 109.24. So he has some run speed, no doubt, that athlete. But again, it kind of depends. And putting a really big effort.
Surge.
Is that it seems aggressive to put that dynamic of a surge in. He wants to be able to run alone and is just putting him rearview mirror because there's another lap to go, right?
Yeah, like we're only at 8 kilometers as such. And he's looking over his shoulder now. So if you're gonna put a surge in like that, just go and keep looking forward. The fact that you've now, especially when you're then going around a turn, why look over your shoulder if you're not then doubting
No,
what you've just
no
done?
offense, but that's one of the weirdest attacks
Yeah.
I've ever seen in a run in triathlon before.
And-
Again, it almost looked like he was a cyclist that thought there was one less lap than there was.
Yeah, he was sort of going for that sprint finish. And you see, look, Leonard Arnold hasn't let him get away.
He's probably just as confused as we are.
I
Leonard.
think so. He's like just saying, I'm just going to, he actually looks like he's closing down again.
Is that not what you'd want, really, if you were Leonard? Like,
Yeah.
he just burned 2 matches when he only had to burn half of one, or 0
Totally,
matches.
and then panicked because he now keeps looking over his shoulder, worried that he hasn't dropped. But we have our VinFast performance analysis, so 10.5 kilometers. Leonard Arnold, so estimated clock at the next split is 3:13.06. So that is total race time, but he is running 3:29 minutes per kilometer. But he's currently sitting in second place, but hasn't let our Greek friend get away, even though he did we just saw the attack, and he keeps looking over his shoulder. So I think like you now settle back in. Like I'd have just sat there and then waited till the last lap.
And from what I can see, you know, he's only has 2 half-distance races under his belt, at least in the elite category. So maybe a bit of that is experience. And I don't want to sound like I'm,
say it anyway.
Bagging on this athlete or being negative, but that is really one of the weirdest and oddest, and again, a huge attack. Like, he wants to break this athlete, but what he's doing, if Jelle Heens knew what was happening, he's 57 seconds behind.
Yeah.
He's running the same pace as Leonard Arnold. And if he could play a video game, he'd be like, let's have the guy in the lead put in these pointless attacks for no reason.
Yeah.
Because he's tiring himself out, and I'll tell you what, I'm going to put a huge effort in the final 2 miles of this run. Like, Pagliaros is doing a favor to second and third place right now. It's crazy.
Because Leonard's just sitting there and going, oh, well, now I know what he does. He puts in a spurt and then comes back to me, so I'm just going to carry on at my pace, let him burn the matches.
He's doing it again. This is literally the weirdest thing.
And the fact that he keeps looking over his shoulder, so he's not confident. Why? I don't understand why you wouldn't at this point just settle in. You've obviously got a bit of sprint speed.
No, I mean, he's an amazing runner.
Yeah,
I mean,
so
clearly
settle in.
looking at him,
You don't need to break Leonard now. You've got another lap to go. Wait till you're in the last 2K.
And tell us about mentally what that's doing for Leonard. He's
laughing.
He's like literally laughing.
Yeah.
Right? Every time he's like, okay, you're going to put 3 meters on me again, and then you're going to spend 25 seconds looking over your shoulder, and I'm going to bridge it up. And
I'm just going to not change rhythm.
He might start playing with him too.
Yeah.
He might be like, you know what? This is what I'm going to bridge up to him. He's going to do it again. And like, he's kind of remote control racing the athlete in front of him, because he knows every time he bridges up to his heels, he's going to do this attack that doesn't mean anything. It's so weird. And again, really, I think falling into the hands of Jelle Heens, who is, both of these athletes should know. Like right now, if you're Pagliaros Batatos, you know Jelle Heens is a favorite to beat you.
Yeah.
And if you want to beat him, you need to put yourself in a position to have as much energy the back half of this run as possible if he bridges up to you. Doing these efforts that are just burning energy is, it just shows maybe a lack of confidence or experience in that athlete. And again, not taking anything away from him. He looks remarkable as a runner.
Yeah.
He's a fantastic runner. He has every ability to, as you said, just sit with second place and just respond.
Or just slowly turn the the screw. Like, he looks like he is a faster runner. Like, we've seen his run splits. He could have just overtaken Leonard and then just slowly upped the pace and not done the surges. And we have seen the guys, they are now through 10.5K. So Jelle Heens, he's not closed down anymore now.
No.
He's still that minute behind. So yeah, maybe he's not catching up, but this is fascinating, and it looks like maybe the elastic has broken now with those 2 surges. But yeah, well, maybe that was the plan, and we're the ones that.
Yeah, no, I mean, we're probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I wouldn't say we're wrong. We're maybe reading the athlete, but again, very strange and an excessive use of energy maybe when not needed. But the woman on screen, Pole is having a great run. We're going to get some splits on her soon, to see how far back our chaser, as we know, is Kat Matthews is, and we know she is running quite well. And we could expect her to bridge up pretty quickly, actually, in the same section of the course. So Kat Matthews definitely bridging up to our leader. We'll see if she makes the pass when we get back from this commercial break.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me, do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll set it.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
And we are back at Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn, and we can see Kat Matthews working her way towards the front of the course, chasing hard. We saw Carolyn Pole come through this section not too long ago, but still a reasonable enough gap. Kind of just guessing, but I think it's around a minute. We can see Kat maybe getting a little bit hot. She finds some ice, puts that in her cap, but barely slows down at all and straight to it. Again, raced athlete. She knows what she needs to do to keep herself cool, and she's back on the pace.
Yeah, I'm wondering if, I know we heard a few people sort of mention how the run can sneak up on you with the heat. And we are getting quite a few DNFs from the race. And just one notable DNF, it was our male #1 bib and our 2023 champion. So Peter Heimrich is a DNF. So
you
far
called it.
in
Are
this
you
race.
happy? Are you happy for yourself? You called it.
No,
you said he was going to DNF. Man.
Oh, I did actually, didn't I?
You did.
Oh gosh, it's like the commentator's curse.
Yeah, well, it didn't
He's
help.
just fulfilling his run of form, or not form, that's the wrong word,
He's
but the
had some
pattern.
bad luck. Yeah, totally.
Pattern of racing.
Man, if we ever see her looking like she's faltering, she kind of comes right back. She looks great. And again, here's that form of an attacking looking athlete at the front of the men's.
He looks like he's now just running a 5K sprint.
It's crazy. This incredibly talented athlete, Pagniotis Patados, but it does
Is that
look
a
like...
lapped athlete, or is that one of the other men coming
I believe
back
that's
then?
still our second place athlete that's continuing just to bridge back up. We can tell her here, yeah, he's taking that right-hand bend. I believe that's still Leonard Arnold. But we'll get confirmation of that as quickly as we can.
Yeah, coming through the aid station now.
These athletes are obviously hot. The course is quite warm. We're seeing a lot of these DNFs throughout the course. I think we saw Lauren Brandon just there getting passed by our second place athlete. Lisa Norden told us a little bit about how hot it is out on course. Let's take a quick listen.
My name is Lisa Norden. I'm from Sweden, and I'm here to race the Tallinn 7.3.
So what did you learn from last year's 4th place to come into this one and make it 3rd, 2nd or 1st?
I think one lesson was that the heat is deceiving here. It doesn't feel that hot, but I think the heat really got to all of us out on the run, and it was kind of like a surprise feeling, like, damn, it's really, really warm. And looking at the forecast on Sunday, it's going to be very warm. So I think hydration and just staying cool and pacing is going to be a big thing. It's a flattish course, but the bike feels kind of hard. There's like a small hill. It's quite wind exposed, so it's actually like a working women's course on the bike as well. Because I had a miscarriage early in this year, which makes this race being my second only proper triathlon this year. And we are into August, so it's kind of a delayed season. But I needed a goal and something to work towards. And I had 6 weeks, and then there was a Swedish time trial champ. So I thought, like, okay, here's a good, very materialized goal to work towards. And I put my head down and had this motivation to see how my body was going to respond to get back into the work. And from the time trial championships, then I had like the next step and had to decide if I wanted to continue, if I had like a good response, or if my body wasn't really going to respond in a way that is favorable for racing. But I won the time trial champs with 1 second. And from there on, my body has been going really well, and I have been enjoying to be back in training and racing again. This year and last year we've seen so many big fields, and it's like if you put the pressure of the pedal just a little bit, then you have like 10 girls coming from behind just filling up. So the top of the field is insane at the moment, but the midfield is also super strong. And I think in this race compared to Tallinn last year we had Laura, we had Imogen, we had Emma Pallant-Brown, but then it was more like a weaker field further down. Here you have all the top contenders, but then just like fills up with really strong women. So if you have like something that goes a little bit off, you're going to lose so many places, which is great because that's the way sport's going to be, and that's what evolves and makes us better. And the audience loves it, the TV loves it, the sponsor loves it. So it's like everyone is winning on having everyone in the same place.
We love it. Great stuff from Lisa Norden. 6 off the bike and in position to be in that top 5 and possibly run further up the race depending on what her legs have in store for her. But right now in the lead of the women's race is Caroline Pohl. And she's been up there for a bit. We're going to get a timing check on her pretty shortly to see what that gap is to pre-race favorite Kat Matthews and Sif Bendick-Matson and the rest of our women's field behind.
Yeah, and Lisa, obviously, this is only her 2nd race of the year. Yeah, she's obviously got some good bike legs from doing the Swedish national time trial again. Yeah, is she sort of run fit? Who knows? And obviously just her, she mentioned in that she had a miscarriage earlier this year, so has had quite a lot emotionally and physically to come back from that. But it is great to see Lisa back racing, a very classy athlete, and I think she's got a world champs to race at the end of the year.
Oh, she certainly does, and it's going to be a great course for her as we're back with our men's leader, Panagiotis Batados, who looks like the elastic has stretched again on Leonard Arnold, who was chasing from behind. It looks like he's settled in to a very, very strong pace. And again, this athlete, super, super talented, very smooth, poetic almost running form. And it just, and maybe part of the reason why those attacks stand out so much is he kind of looks like he just has energy to burn.
Yeah.
Right? Like it looks like he's at 8,000 RPMs and his chassis is at 6 and he just like just wants to go, right? But
yeah.
Man, unbelievable the run form and the pace after that bike ride and the pace that was set there from Panagiotis Batados. Again, 2:02.49 on a long bike course. Incredible time.
Perhaps he's used to doing a lot of fartlek training or interval training in his race. So maybe that's where he's like bringing that into actually same tactics in racing.
Yeah, no, that is awesome. And next up in our coverage is a short trailer for the latest Ironman documentary series, Beyond the Bay. Set amongst the natural beauty of Nelson Mandela Bay in South Africa, this 3-part series delves into the real-life stories of local athletes who embody the belief that anything is possible. Episode 1 of Beyond the Bay will be live on Ironman Triathlon YouTube channel on Tuesday, August 27th. You won't want to miss it.
Welcome to Beyond the Bay, a journey through Nelson Mandela Bay, where pristine beaches meet untouched wilderness, and where the vibrant pulse of a region rich in arts and culture dances with the spirit of the Big Seven. Is that a lion?
Right here.
I can't wait to share the beauty of my home and the extraordinary people who make it special with you. In this series, we'll dive deep into the heart of what makes an Ironman. Each episode will focus on one of the Ironman disciplines: swim, bike, and run. Together, we'll discover the stories of strength, the moments of triumph, and the incredible community that makes every Ironman journey unforgettable.
Welcome back to the Ironman 70.3 European Championships in Tallinn, and we've got our race leader at the front, Pagniotos Batados. Sid, what was that you were about to say?
I was going to say, he's quite a young athlete. I think he's only 20 years of age. Relatively new to the sport. Actually only got 3 races on the board and has won 2 this year. But yeah, was podium last year. But yeah, pretty new. As I say, just young, keen, got energy to burn, like you said.
Yeah, no, I mean, that to me, that shows a 20-year-old with a ton of talent, and obviously the ability to beat some of the best athletes in the sport at this point. And the more he refines that, he's going to be quite a force.
I'm quite surprised because I think he might be coached by Brett Sutton.
Yep.
And Brett normally races his athletes a lot, and yet he's only done 2 races this year, June and July. If you compare that to someone like an Els Visser, who's now on her 11th race of the year.
Yeah, it's good to be. Yeah, it is curious that he hasn't raced a little bit more. And again, just moving. And right now, Jelle Heens also moving out on course quite quickly. And again, a proven athlete over this distance. But at this point, it does seem like our athlete up front, Pagniotos Batados, is still pushing the pace a little bit quicker than Jelle. Jelle looks, he looks smooth, but not as smooth as we've seen him in the past. Almost looks kind of like some of that side to side of like a Lionel Sanders at times, a little bit tighter in the hips. But you can see he really rolls on these very, very slight downhills. Again, this is as good of a runner as we have in the sport. We were able to catch up with Jelle earlier in the week. Let's hear what he had to say coming into this race.
I've done ITU, like short course racing, for so long now, so I'm ready for something new.
There's a few of you guys coming up from the short course, I say guys and the girls as well.
Yeah. I think every time after the Olympics, some people move on, and I think it's the natural evaluation a bit where you go from short course, and if you've done it so many years, you go to long course. And it's good in our sport, I think, that there is something besides like short course. Like I think in a lot of other sports it's hard and they just retire, and we have this option of 70.3s and an Ironman. So yeah, for me it's definitely like new motivation as well, and like I don't know, like just as if I'm new to the sport again, which haven't felt in a long time.
Like, how are you feeling going into this race?
Yeah, I'm just excited actually about it. I didn't have so much time on the TT bike after Paris. I of course trained fit from quite a lot before Oceanside, but it's a new bike now. So maybe I'm coming a little bit undercooked, a little bit underprepared, but I'm still counting on like the shape I have for short course to also carry me into these 70.3s. And yeah, it just makes me exciting and eager, and I know I still have a lot to learn in this sport and this distance. But yeah, that's why we're doing races, and to get more experienced in the race dynamics and how to prepare for this race the days before. So yeah, I'm just excited about it, really excited.
Like, how are you going to tackle this race?
Especially in long course, I guess my strength would be the run. In short course, it's the bike and the run, but the bike is still quite different here. In Oceanside, I think I was a little bit too maybe too excited in the beginning of the bike and spent too much energy, like pushing in the front and just seeing what I could do, and I definitely paid for that the second part of the race. So I think I'm gonna try to be a bit more conserving my energy. Hopefully I have a good swim and come out of the water like near the front and trying to stay at the front, and then I think I'm really gonna count on my run to hopefully see me end up in a good spot.
See you.
Ciao. Bye bye.
And there we go, a look inside Jelle Heens and what drives him in the sport, and driving the pace forward right now as quickly as he can, trying to bridge up to the young athlete that is cruising through the front of this field.
Yeah, that's right. And I think we have got some splits through, but I think there are a few timing issues coming out from the course as we've got our local athlete.
Yeah, no, but
Rappo now in the lead, which I think is not quite.
On the women's course through 7.6 kilometers, we have Carolyn Pohl with 2:10 still on Kat Matthews, and Solveig Lovseth has moved into third place at 2:46. So Carolyn not giving up any time to Kat Matthews whatsoever as we get through the middle sections of this course for the women. We'll get right back after this commercial break.
Beyond the finish lines, our commitment goes the extra mile. We are the Ironman Foundation. We've given back more than $55 million to support our mission of leaving a positive impact throughout race communities. Without our amazing athletes, volunteers, and givers, we wouldn't be where we are today. Together, let's continue this journey of impact. Join the Ironman Foundation and be a part of something extraordinary.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
And we are back at Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn, and we are with our men's leader who is running away with it at this point. That is Pagniotis Betados, short course resume galore, and has that foot speed, as you pointed out, Sid, that we'd expect from a short course racer. But look at that lean, just absolutely driving through the end of this run course.
Yeah, as he goes up that slight incline again, I think the only bit of elevation on this run course, but yeah, still just under half the course, the run course to go, but yeah, certainly looking pretty good at the moment, and looks like he's those surges have certainly done the trick if he can hold on now. So yeah, he was 4th at under 23 Worlds in 2023. So yeah, young athlete, but obviously moved up now to the half distance.
Yeah, and he's crushing it. Great running pace, you know, through that 10K mark. You know, he went through 10.5K in 33:27, which would be a great 10K split on its own. If certainly if he took that half a K out, but that puts his estimated run finish if he was able to hold that pace at 1:07:30. And even that pre-race favorite we talked about, Jelle Heens, one of the best runners in the sport, that is going to be out of reach for him to put a minute in if he holds anything close to that pace.
Yeah, still looking good, but just starting to see maybe just going through a little bit of a bad patch. I don't think he's slowing down, but yeah, just starting to rock a little bit, and maybe, yeah, feeling the pain in the last few kilometers, but still obviously moving pretty fast at the moment, and our current men's leader.
Yeah, no, he's, but looking at, again, we don't have splits right now, but looking on those long straightaways behind our leader, it does not look like Jelle Heens is within sight, and if he is within sight for Yeli, it's far enough away that we're not going to see a catch anytime soon. But still a fair bit of racing to go, and we know the 70.3 distance, that run can sneak up on you. But this is a section where these athletes are going to be able to get eyes on each other on this out and back, and this is where if you're our leader, you're gonna Pagniottos Pitatos, you're gonna stand up as tall as you possibly can. Here we go.
Put the poker face on?
Yeah, so this is our second place athlete is still Leonard Arnold, and he's chasing as best as he can, and it looks like behind him is one of our age group athletes, or one of our lapped female pros, and still no sight of Yeli Heens. So right now the race is in Pagniottos Pitatos' hands undoubtedly. The only person that is in position to take this race away from him now is Leonard Arnold, who has a pretty significant gap. Looking at it's probably 45 seconds or so.
You are correct. It has. It's 42 seconds.
Look at that.
Good job, Matt.
Great guessing.
So that's through the 18.1 kilometers. Pitatos is through in 58.28, so a race time 3:25.19, and Leonard Arnold is 42 seconds behind. And there we go. That's Yella going through now.
And some other athletes come behind. Those look like our female pros on their first lap. It doesn't look like there's anybody too close behind our third place athlete, Yeli Heens, at this point. But it is all about the man on screen, Pagniottos Pitatos. He was right up there in the swim, was able to ride very quickly in that chase group on the bike, where the likes of Peter Hemrick ended up DNFing. The pace was so strong, and it's still a great run by the athlete at this point.
Yeah, and we have our VinFast performance analysis. So through 18.1 kilometers, Pitatos is a 3:34.56. That's estimated at the next split. He's running 3:16 minutes per K.
And he's still looking over his shoulder every now and again, which is reasonable. You get near the end of the race. This is, again, we've seen he had a great result, fourth place under U23 Worlds. He's had a couple 70.3 distance wins, locally, to where he's around, and some great results for him. But this would by far be the biggest race result of his career, winning the Ironman 70.3 European Championship in Tallinn. And so it's okay to be looking over your shoulder a little bit as 20 years old, being a little bit nervous,
Yeah, I was going to say, that shows nerves, doesn't it? It doesn't show confidence. Like, you've seen the gap at the turn you've just gone round.
Yeah, no, he's
not gained that much time on you.
He's 20. It's nerves are a thing, and
or
these
lack
are
of focus.
Yeah, these are the things that he's gonna learn over time. And an athlete,
and just feeding the comments coming through online.
An athlete like we have on screen, Leonard Arnold, he's gonna learn from the way the athlete in front of him is racing, and for himself too. But man, super surprised at the gap to Yeli Heens at 2:29 at this point. So the run from Pagniottos Pitatos is out of this world compared to the other athletes around him, even these pre-race favorites. And again, right now it looks like if he holds this pace, maybe he'll put in another surge, but he's got 1:08.05 is estimated finish time, which again puts Leonard Arnold's run time very, very strong as well.
Yeah.
But just bananas running from Pagniottos Pitatos.
Yeah, that's right. And our women's race is blowing out quite a little bit as well. Caroline Pohl, still our leader. She's through the 10.5 kilometer mark. At the last split, Kat was still at 2:10 behind. Sulvi Losseth was 2:46, and then it actually had blown out quite a bit. Sif Bendix Madsen back and forth, but 7 minutes 44 back. In fact, there was Sif on screen just then. And yeah, the women behind 7-8 minutes, 9 minutes back off the lead. But we will wait to see if Kat Matthews has pulled in any time back on Caroline through the 10.5K.
Yeah, and if she hasn't, she's going to have a lot of work left for her the last stages of this run. And she's not going to be happy because, again, every second is a point off of that perfect score that she's hoping for. Still putting her in a great position for the Pro Series. But I know she wanted all those zeros, not those complicated numbers that come with the second. But a lot of time still left to go. Carolyn Pohl just now gone through the 10.5 kilometer mark. So again, just a little bit under halfway on this run course. So a lot can still happen, especially if you're an athlete that is that leaning towards diesel engine of Kat Matthews, where she's just not going to slow down.
Yeah, that's true. A few more updates. We are getting so many DNFs, unfortunately, today. So I was just looking at the tracker, and I hadn't thought I hadn't seen an update. Unfortunately, Lisa Norden is a DNF, and also Mintu Huka is a DNF as well, as we are back with our male leader, who is also not slowing down.
No, certainly not. He's just got a few hundred meters to go at this point to get to the finish. As we see, looks like a turnaround maybe for Kat Matthews as she goes through. We're going to see her timing split come through here in just a moment. Again, Carolyn Pohl has gone through there, and Kat Matthews now 2:51. Wow. So she has lost 40 seconds to our women's leader, Carolyn Pohl, and that negative feedback. You're going to start to see that on the face and maybe the demeanor of Kat Matthews, as right now she is just simply getting beaten.
Yeah, Caroline is having an absolute stellar race, and she took it from the gun, didn't she? She got that huge gap running into the water and stayed away.
Like literally wire to wire at this point.
Yes, at the moment. Like still obviously half the run to go, but at the moment Caroline is still putting time into Kat. Kat does seem...
Yep, she's slowing down extra through these aid stations. So
she doesn't look hugely comfortable, but I'm not sure Kat, like we said, she always is pushing herself to the limit and working hard. And I don't think it's a sign that,
to me, there's
as such.
Totally, and I'm not at all trying to be disagreeable, but you can see on her face, yes, she always works, but there's like it feels like discontent or showing a little bit of pain and a little bit of heat, and you can see that it's just not that like strong, overly powerful demeanor that we often see from Kat Matthews as our leader passes the second place man. So it does look like she's slowing a bit, and she does look warm. We had some athletes talking about the heat out on course, and again, she's doing all the right things. She's stopping at aid stations, getting everything she needs, but you know, she's 3 miles in and she was putting ice in her cap. And now she's a further 3.5 miles, 4 miles, and she's stopping to get more ice. And it looks more like management, not her preparing for the effort that she's going to push. It's like, okay, I'm hot. I need to make sure I survive this.
That's right. And I think we've heard it from a few of the pros, but I know Kairi Kivioya, in chatting to her, she said, yeah, the run can be unexpectedly hot, and it does creep up on you. And I think that's what we're seeing as we just find out there's another DNF on the men's side. Maximilian Spill is also a DNF. So, yeah, unfortunately, lots of DNFs. Hopefully, it's decision-making of the rest of the season ahead if they're not having their day and not anything more serious of reasons.
No, totally. We definitely wish that for those athletes, but they are dropping like flies out there. Absolutely. And looking at the splits, Carolyn Pohl, if she holds the pace that she's on, her estimated times, again, going to vary depending on the pace of that athlete, 1:18.12, which after that bike ride is an incredibly fast 70.3 split in under 4 hours.
Would also be 2 minutes faster than Laura Phillips' run course record.
Yeah, which is insane.
Because we know how good of runner Laura Phillips is.
It's pretty good.
So,
again, with that bike split, especially considering there was a longer bike ride, swam solo, rode solo on a long course, and was able to continue to put that run time in. But right now, man on screen deserves all the credit in the world. That is Pagniotis Bitados. He put huge effort in early to bridge across to Leonard Arnold and the other athletes that got off the bike in front of him, including Robert Callan, and then put in several just brutal attacks on that second place athlete, Leonard Arnold, and was able to put Arnold off the pace and then run solo the rest of the way. And again, in this incredible run form and class that this athlete has. Again, just always looking like he has energy to spare. It just looks like he has so much ability that his chassis can almost not keep up. But again, he's going to be in the 108 range for this run. He's looking around, making sure he knows where he's going and getting in. This is when you want to really soak it up. This is first really, really big win in the sport of triathlon over the 70.3 distance. And it's going to be at a championship race, and it's Pagniotos Bitatos.
That's right, and he's going to be one of the first athletes to book his ticket for 2025 Ironman 70.3 World Championships in Marbella, Spain. Next year, as he goes around, well, it doesn't go around the turn because he takes the right-hand chute to the finish line.
Yeah, one more.
I wonder if he is soaking it in, because he looks like he's just sort of still going for it. There we go.
Is.
There he is.
And now he's on the carpet, and he's bringing it in, and he's trying to get the crowd to pump him up. Reaching to the sky, and there it is, your 2024 Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn winner. That is Pagniotos Bitatos with a run time of 109.18, an unofficial total time of 3:36.09. Again, Sid, that is with a long bike course, but not too long. This athlete hung right in there. Those attacks did not mentally break him. Left-hand quarter, he's getting on the carpet. He's getting that crowd involved. And this is your second place athlete at Ironman 70.3 European Championship. And he looks pretty pumped about it. And that is Leonard Arnold. Amazing race and run from him. 1:11.04 for Leonard Arnold. That
and
is
just 35
fast.
seconds in the end. So yeah, maybe he was right to look over his shoulder.
Yeah. And he looks like he's tired.
Yeah. And Pitadas is with that 3:36.09. With the longer bike is one new run course record, the new or the best run course record time, the best bike time, and obviously overall he beats Peter Heimerich's 2023 best time of 3:36.56. In fact, so does Leonard Arnold, but unfortunately he's not gonna be able to claim that. Coming in second, as we're back with Caroline Pohl, absolutely having a really impressive race today. Again, I think this will be, if she holds on, which she looks like she is going to do for the win here, it will be, I think, her biggest win of her career as well. Yeah, running just super well off that bike. So, yeah. Impressive racing from Caroline.
Oh, no, absolutely. I mean, she's having an absolute blinder of a race. And again, a race where she's put it on herself to, if we look at an athlete like Kat Matthews, why is she struggling? Well, part of it is because the athlete in front of her that she's trying to beat has put herself that far up the road that it's making her extend herself, maybe beyond what she's capable of, but certainly beyond maybe what her body has in her for the day.
Yeah, that's right. And I'm sure there'll be questions going around Kat's head. Like she said, her training had been going well. She was pretty confident in that. She always backs herself. She's got a big year though. Lots of racing, trying to gain points in all different series, and obviously we go into the championship season. So she's got Ironman, the VinFast Ironman World Champs in Nice coming up. I would imagine she potentially will go to Topor as well. I think she has another 70.3 race in a couple of weeks' time, as well as a backup to add more points. But I'm not sure she's going to get her perfect score with a win today, as we're watching our third place pro male come over the line, Jelle Heens.
There you go. He looks pleased with that finish, as he should be. Podium at the European Championship in Tallinn, and had to put it all out there. 1:12.20. Crazy that we're to the point, Sid, where a 1:12.20 gets you third place, and you lost 3 minutes to the gentleman who won the race. Unbelievable performance by those two athletes in front of Jelle.
That's right, and I think, and then not too far ahead of fourth place coming through now. I think all these athletes are obviously going to see a lot more of in the future. I think Jelle, if he steps up more on this half distance from the Olympics, and obviously Vitalis is still overly 20 years old, as that was Kasper Stepniak coming across the line in 4th.
There you go. He's ready to be done. Take those shoes off, ready to go. And here we go with our Wahoo Element rival male pro champion, his run split. Pagniotis Batados, 109.18. That is blazing fast.
I thought he was taking his shoes off to do a shoey.
No, no shoeies for 4th place. But we see our first place female athlete at the front, pushing as she has all day, Carolyn Pohl with Kat Matthews 2:51, Solveig Lofseth 4:16 behind, and then 7:18 to Emily Morier, and 9 minutes to our next athlete. So she is blowing this race apart.
Yeah, so excited to see what that next split comes through as. I think she's probably going to have put more time in, but let's see that 14.3 kilometer mark, but absolutely having a stellar day so far, and will definitely be, the biggest win of her career if she crosses the line as the winner here today.
Yeah, here we go. Another one of our male athletes getting close to that finish line, pushing that pace as well as he can. Can't really see the bib number of this athlete, but he's got the couple left-hand corners before he gets down at that finish chute. And
I think it's Justice.
Is that?
Nishlak.
Yeah. That's right. Didn't recognize him in that kit. But yeah, Justus Nischlag looks like he was just a bit behind, and he's going to secure himself a 5th place finish. Getting some high fives as well.
That's a pretty tight, cruel corner.
Right at the end.
Sharp corner at the end as they come off that curve. You certainly hope you're not cramping at that point as you go round the bend.
We've all had those.
Yeah, for sure.
Here we go, your 5th place finisher, Justus Nischlag. In a time of 3:41.57 and a run split of 1:14.46. But back with our women's leader, she's gone through 14.3K now, still rolling at a pretty fast pace. Actually, looks like she's increased. Now her estimated run finish time is 1:17.29. So she is not fading at all, and she's doing her best to put herself on the list for championship here at Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn.
Yeah, that's right. And if you have a look on the top of the screen now that our male athletes, the winner has gone across the line. Bitadas scored 2,500 points, and then you see what we call our countdown, which is for every second that an athlete is behind our leader, it's 1 point and 1 second gets deducted. So that is real time, the points counting down from that 2,500 that the pro men will get when they cross the line. And obviously then Caroline is still on track for 2,500.
She certainly is, and that's Anthony Costas coming across the finish line. Looks like he wished he had a little bit more to give, but that was a great performance from him. And let's go down to interview with our champion.
Welcome to the High Price Recovery Zone here in Tallinn, Estonia. I'm joined by newly crowned European champion Panagiotis Bitados. Panagiotis, congratulations. Let's ask a simple question. How was that race?
Tough. First of all, I push everything on myself, and that's the point for me, to enjoy, to finish safe, and to push everything of my body. And for me, I am happy for myself, and that's the goal for me. So I am happy today.
Well, it couldn't have gone better because you won. How was the tactics? Were you just tried to go all out on the run?
No, I control myself on every sport, and then I take every part. For example, swim, bike, run. I take every part to do the best of myself, and then the body push the best on running. That's the goal for me.
Now, congratulations to Greece, and you're going to go home a European champion. What's the plan for the rest of the season?
Training and then training.
Training and training. Thank you very much, Panagiotis, and congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Well, you heard it here first. Training on top of training, doesn't seem like he needs to do too much more. He's in a pretty good spot, but love the attitude from that athlete doing it all for himself.
Second place today here at the Ironman 70.3 Tallinn in Estonia, the European Championship. We saw you come over the finish line and collapse. Tell us a bit about your race.
Yeah, it was pretty hard. I tried to gap the big group on the bike, got a little bit of lead. Then, yeah, had a good run, but at the end I suffered a lot in the heat. So, but I'm super happy about my race. Second place is more than I've expected.
What were your tactics today going in? Did you know that you would have to maybe save on the bike or something?
Yeah, I wanted to have a little gap for the run.
You guessed pretty good, that's right. A 1:11 half marathon. You can go home happy with that.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, super happy about it.
Thank you very much. Good luck for the rest of the season.
Thanks a lot.
I'm joined by Jelle Heens here from Belgium, a three-time Olympian. Talk a bit us through about how this race compared to your short course races.
Yeah, you can't really compare it. It's yeah, very different. I think it's a slow death, where ITU it's just like everything is a lot quicker. But this race was tough. Second lap of the run, I was really suffering, and my hamstrings were getting really crampy. But yeah, I guess that's what 70.3 racing is, and that's what I have to keep improving upon. And yeah, I felt good until the last like 10K on the run, and then it was survival mode.
So only half of the run was survival mode. How have you switched up the tactics during the day?
Yeah, my whole mindset towards the race was save energy, save energy, save energy. Yeah, of course, the beginning of the swim is hard, and then I settled into a group. I think we were maybe one or two guys were out up front, and then it was the main pack a bit. And then also on the bike, I just tried to follow. Sometimes, like, yeah, tried to bridge some gaps, but just like really tried to save energy. And then I tried to follow him on the run, the beginning, and it was so fast. I think first 3K I had like under 9:20. Like first K was 3 minutes flat. I felt like I was in an ITU race, and yeah, after 3K I was like, oh fuck, I have to slow down a bit. And then that slow down just kept going and kept going and kept going. And yeah, the last lap it wasn't like me thinking I have to slow down, it was my body telling to slow down.
Thank you very much. Congratulations, third place today, and good luck to the rest of the season.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. This is us from the High Price Recovery Zone here at the Ironman 70.3 European Championship in Tallinn, Estonia.
There we go. Thanks for those great interviews. Awesome to be able to talk to those three athletes after some amazing performances. But Women on Screen still has some work to do, but continuing to stretch her lead is Caroline Pohl over Kat Matthews and Solveig Lopseth. Just a few kilometers to go. Let's see what that gap is when we get to the finish line.
Introducing the Ironman Pro Series Virtual Edition on Full Gas. Join athletes from across the globe as they conquer bike courses from the Ironman Pro Series. Challenge yourself, travel the world, and earn your exclusive finisher's medal. Push your limits and make your mark. Exclusively on Full Gas. Unleash your inner champion. Register now at fullgas.com.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is, you're always looking for what's next.
IRONMAN 70.3 European Championships Tallinn is brought to you by AG1. Better finishes start with AG1. And by VinFast. Boundless together.
Pretty boundless at the moment is our women's leader. Absolutely cruising, Caroline Pohl.
She is. She looks fantastic. She now, the women are through 14.3 kilometers. She now has a 3-minute 28 lead over Kat Matthews. And it's then 1 minute 30 from Kat back to Solvi Lovseth. Sorry, get my words out. But those three look like they're pretty firm for the podium. Anything could still happen. Like there's still, what, 6-7 Ks to go, but Caroline's looking pretty good for staying in control at the moment. You can't see anyone behind her with that 3-minute 30 gap.
No, we can see she gave a couple thumbs up as she was in that straightaway. You can see there were certainly fans nearby encouraging her as much as they could, but she's nearing the end of this front course, and she looks just as good as she did when she started. Great heel kick, forward lean, looks fantastic. Arm carriage looks really good as well. And Caroline Pohl showing that she deserves to be one of the pre-race favorites, and she most likely is going to come away with a European Championship after today. And amazing performance by this athlete. We all kind of just underestimated her. I think some of her competitors did as well.
Yeah, I think you're right. Like she's been racing long course or longer distance for a couple of years now, and she's had some wins and podiums, like fairly consistently up there. She was 3rd at 70.3 Valencia early this year, and 5th at 70.3 Les Sables d'Olonne. But I think, winning here today over the European champs is definitely probably her biggest win of her career. And yeah, I think probably did go a little bit unnoticed with a couple of her competitors looking at the results. And she's just dominated. She had got that long run in off the beach in the shallow water just gave her that gap, and no one ever got it back.
No, certainly never thought that this race would be won wire to wire, literally an athlete taking the lead within the first 50 meters, 100 meters of the swim and holding it, just continuing to extend it really throughout the day. There was moments where the chasers, Kat Matthews and Bendix Madsen, were pulling back seconds at a time on the bike, but besides that, it was a consistent stretching in the opposite direction. And Caroline Pohl, just a few kilometers left till she crosses that finish line. We'll see if she can hold on for first place. Let's take a quick commercial break and be right back at it.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Here's Elizabeth in the middle of the perfect workout for her. To create it, we analyzed her biometrics and genetics, her recovery rate, injury risk, and aerobic potential, her recent training sessions, the temperature, humidity, and elevation, the demands of her next race, and billions of data points from athletes just like her. With TriDot, Elizabeth gets faster. And what does she have to do?
I just opened TriDot and did my workout.
TriDot. We do the technology, you do the training.
And we are back at the Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn with our women's leader, Caroline Pohl. Just a few kilometers left to go, and continues, Sid, to extend her lead and does not look panicked at all.
No, but definitely, I think feeling the heat is pretty hot out there now. I think several athletes have said how it kind of creeps up on you on the run. Late August in Estonia, but yeah, so taking her time through the aid station just to get water and ice, and then sets off again like she never really stopped, still looking. I was going to say she started to look like she was faltering, but I don't think she was. I think that was just my eyes faltering and not her.
No,
she looks great.
She looks amazing, continuing that high RPMs, that good cadence, and great arm carriage. And if anything, yeah, it looks like the steps have shortened a little bit, but not out of fatigue, maybe just loosening things up a little bit. But she's got a great repetitive RPM. And it looks like Kat Matthews has maybe found a bit of a second win, because this looks a lot better than the last time we saw her on screen.
Yeah, you're right. It does, actually. She does look like she's charging again, Kat. So, yeah, maybe we'll wait to see if we get another split. Maybe she's had some information and she's been able to rally and sees the gap coming down. Maybe someone said that, yeah, Caroline looks like she's struggling more. I'm not sure she is, but she, like you said, she did look like the stride was a little bit short and she was sitting a little bit low. But yeah, Kat looks like she's found a mojo again.
Yeah, certainly has, but both these athletes looking great. Didn't look like anybody's going to falter anytime soon, but always like to see Kat kind of on that gas, and you can see when she's leaning forward, it almost looks like she's just consistently running downhill, how fast she's running through this section of the course. And if she has energy, she's going to absolutely empty the tank.
Yeah.
That much we know out of Kat.
It's almost like again, like I was saying before, that switch has flicked in her brain, and she's gone into this sort of like determined, driven mode where she just absolutely throws everything out there. She definitely looks like she's running a lot better now, and you're right, it is that kind of, looks like she's running downhill.
Yeah.
Leg turnover is good. Driving, she's looking at a watch. They're coming to an out and back section, so they're gonna get eyes on each other, play the poker face game, and stand tall, like you said. So yeah.
Yeah, and part of that also with the pace that she's putting in is, we can see on the upper right-hand side of the screen, next to that male finish, is those points available continue to go down with every second. As we say, every second matters. So Kat wants to win the Ironman Pro Series. So not only, maybe even if she thinks she can't catch the winner, she wants to get as close as possible, because that could be the difference between her winning or getting second place in that series.
Yeah, that's right. Especially she's now going to kind of bank on VinFast Ironman World Champs in Nice for her third full distance to count as points. And then I would also assume, we know Kat likes the championship races, so 70.3 World Champs in Topor in December to give her 5 races, which isn't the number that can count. I think she is doing another 70.3 in a couple of weeks, so maybe that's a backup in case. But yeah, she's certainly looking to grab as many points as possible as we see the pass being made. Come on, guess that. You got to guess now. You guessed correctly last time.
You put me on the spot there. I'm going to guess it's 3 minutes and 15 seconds.
Has it come up? No, it hasn't come up yet. I thought it'd come up then.
It has not. But yes, so Kat's got to get all the way to that, the edge of that turnaround. But point being, the important thing to know is that our lady on screen, Caroline Pohl, continues to lead this race. And at this point, certainly out of touch for Kat Matthews to bring her back, unless she falters to a walk or something like that happens. But looks well in control for our leader, Caroline Pohl.
Yeah, we're just waiting for Kat to come through that 18.1 kilometers, but with only a couple of kilometers left, I think that even if Kat was then charging, I think Caroline is going to be safe. She still looks like she's running well. Looks like she's got some ice in her hand from the aid station, and she's trying to rub it over her face and wrist to cool herself down, hold it in her hand. It's a good ploy to make yourself feel like you're keeping your core body temperature down.
Yeah, might not actually be doing so, almost certainly isn't, but it does really help and makes that perception of coolness, and that's been shown that helps.
Been some data and research.
It doesn't lower your...
Sorry, it keeps you... Yes, okay, it keeps you cool.
It does not lower your core temperature, but it does...
perception of keeping you cooler.
Exactly, but right now, Kat Matthews, it looks like she's almost doing the same thing. Looks like she has an ice cube as well. But again, driving this pace is our second place athlete, and then third place athlete on screen, Solveig Lofseth, just further about 90 seconds behind Kat Matthews.
So just a couple of kilometers left for these women, as we're seeing for our male pros finishing. Points count down to 1,154 now. Caroline is going to be pretty short, taking that 2,500 points, and it was 3 minutes 40. So actually, she's still, even though Kat was charging, she's still putting time into Kat, which is a little bit of a surprise. And we are going to shortly head down for our men's podium presentation.
And we've got our women's leader still on screen, Caroline Pohl, moving along quite well, and again, continuing to extend her gap from all those athletes chasing behind, with Kat Matthews being the closest. And then in third place, Solveig Lofseth. Grace Thek moved into fourth place at 9:47. Behind with Keda Kivoja at 10:06. But again, women on screen, well in control of the Ironman 70.3 European Championship, Tallinn.
Yeah, and that's a great run by Grace.
And let's head down to our men's podium presentation. And we've got our third place athlete already up on stage there, Jelle Heens, our second place athlete up there as well with his winnings so far for today, Leonard Arnold, and your Ironman 70.3 European champion, Pagodas Bitados, the run time of 109.18, 336.09 total time. There is your men's podium, and they look pretty happy, as they should.
Yeah, so Jelle Heens in 3:39.13, Leonard Arnold 3:36.45, and the winner Bitadas in 3:36.09, which was a new run course and overall record. And Robert Callan got a new bike course record as well, even with a longer bike course today.
And Robert Callan was out there a little bit longer, held on for 8th place. We had Bart Arno running through the field to get all the way up to 7th place, right behind Anthony Costas. We see Athletic Brewing shower from these athletes down at the Athletic Brewing podium presentation. Love to see it, and well-deserved recovery for those three athletes. But on the left-hand side of our screen, she's getting those ponies, or what did we call them earlier?
Bunches.
Bunches in the right position for her finish line shot on the left-hand side of the screen. Again, that is our women's leader, Caroline Pohl.
Yeah, and I was saying before the podium presentation that that's a great run by Grace Thek, who's run herself up into 4th. Just a super solid athlete. Grace, she's had some good results this year. 2 4th places at the 70.3 Mont Tremblant and 70.3 Oceanside. Some 2nd places at Geelong and Tasmania earlier in the year, back in Australia. She's just consistently performs, and she's probably never prominent at the front of the race at the start, but just has a great run and always runs through strong to gain a few spots at the end. So, she's moved up into 4th place.
Yeah, consistent mover throughout the day, and always impressive as we see. Yeah, continually impressed. You can tell it's definitely starting to come down and hurt this athlete as well, Caroline Pohl. She's showing, kind of the wares of the effort that she's put out today, but no doubt she's still going to get across that finish line first with a big lead and still running faster than everybody else.
Yeah, and it's at this point in the race that you're like, you kind of, you don't believe it, obviously, until you cross the line, but in the lead, and you're just like, I want that finish line to come so quickly, and she's still got a K or so to go, and looks like a slight slight uphill, which when you've had a flat course like this, any slight increase in gradient is going to sting those legs, especially as late on in the race as this is.
Yeah, you can see she almost has a little bit of hop to her step right now. Definitely the quad on one of the sides is starting to hurt, and just trying to get herself across that finish line. Again, doing so still faster than anybody else out there. Super impressive racing today from our women's soon-to-be champion, Caroline Pohl.
Yeah, definitely didn't expect the wire-to-wire win today with this field. It was a really, really stacked women's pro field. But hey, it's always open for surprises, and we loved athletes, I'm sure, love to prove us wrong with our predictions and thoughts and stuff. So it's great to actually see Caroline up there and just having such a great race and still running so well right up to the finish.
Oh, no, absolutely. She is knocking it out of the park today. We can see she's getting cheers from everybody that's out there, maybe supporting their family members, but certainly out here to support all the finishers and our pros at the front end of the course as well. So this is a great little section. She can see just everybody giving her cheers on the right-hand side, and then she's going to make a couple right-hand corners, and then a right-hand turn, and then a couple lefts, and she's going to be run down that finish chute that I think she's going to be pretty excited to see it.
Yeah, that's right. She's currently sitting 67th in our Ironman Pro Series. She just has one race on her belt. So obviously she's going to move up a little bit today, but won't sort of impact the top of the series, but will move up into well, a few more places in 67 as she goes. She'll go over 5,000 points.
Yeah, and she might put herself more in the running to get the money bonus to be in that top 50, which is hugely important to an athlete kind of at the stage that she is. Clearly, she's going to get a large paycheck here today, but you start adding all those together, it helps with some flights and getting into new races, and it can kind of compound, and we're going to see her continue to rise up the rankings most likely in our Pro Series.
Yeah, that's right. And now she's starting to look over her shoulder. She's probably in a little bit of disbelief maybe, but just doing the check, just one check to check that she'd got the space, and she certainly has. 3 minutes 40 at the last time split back to Kat Matthews in second.
Yeah, she certainly does have a substantial gap. Doesn't have to worry about that, and obviously that out and back helped her kind of know. But again, as we saw with our male winner, when you're going to possibly have the biggest win of your career, there's no amount of looking back too much when you're within the last 500 meters, because sometimes it's just hard to believe, and you don't want to be that person that everybody sees mismanage it, right? But it's almost a too good to be true situation, and that's kind of just the athlete's response to it.
Yeah, and hopefully as she now makes that final section onto and she's going to hit the carpet, blue carpet, I should say, pretty soon, and realization that she's won the Ironman 70.3 European Championships as Leonard Arnold, our second place male, was on the sideline there cheering her on. As she is about to take that right-hand fork to U-turn around to the finish line.
Yeah, right there. She's got her hat on. She's putting everything in her pocket. You want to make sure you're looking good to go when you get around that corner, and that this is going to be a picture that certainly on maybe her parents' fridge or her own fridge, but certainly one that she's going to want to remember and be prepared for. But she's on the red carpet, and here she comes. She cannot believe it. Emotions fill up our athlete in tears as she comes across the finish line. Your 2024 Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn winner, Caroline Pohl.
I love how she's looked so composed all day, and then just all the emotion flows over in the last sort of 20 meters. And you can see now how much that means to her to take the win here and beat some incredible, some of the best females in the sport at the moment, as we've got our Wahoo Element rival, female pro champion Caroline Pohl, in a run time of 1:20.17.
Unbelievable. And right there, that's, she's finally able to exhale a little bit And again, it took courage for her to be out there. And there's a time when you're out there where she's thinking, man, this is a bad idea. I'm putting this kind of pace in on Kat Matthews. We know who she is, and now it's finally that relief. It was not a bad idea. It was a great idea. Kat Matthews still to come across that finish line when we get back from this commercial break.
You know, and we know. The thing about challenging yourself is you're always looking for what's next.
Shine bright like a diamond. Find light in the beautiful sea. I chose to be happy. You and I, we're like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Shine bright like a diamond. Beautiful like diamonds in the sky. Shine bright like a diamond.
Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn is brought to you by VinFast, Boundless Together, and by Breitling. Aspire for the ultimate finish line reward, and onto that finish line red carpet is Kat Matthews. She's got her hands over her head as well. She's got some emotion. Second place at the Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn is Kat Matthews, and she is so stoked for her competitor. Look at the joy on both of those athletes' faces. That's awesome.
And yeah, look at it at the end. She did pull back a bit of that time, just a 3-minute deficit at the end. I think it had gone out to 3:40 at one point and a 1:20.55 run for Kat Matthews.
And so that's 179 points off of 2,500 by my math that Kat is going to get. So pretty darn close to perfect, but not quite. But amazing racing from Kat. Again, an athlete that's very much putting all of her effort into the VinFast Ironman World Championship in Nice. So to have the ability to have that good of a race, pretty darn quick in the end, 4:02.39 on the polar opposite course that she is training for in Nice. Very flat, fast course here, and obviously a twice as long and more than twice as hard course over there in Nice. So Kat Matthews, I'd say she's in a pretty good spot for what she's preparing for.
Yeah, and Kat's definitely an athlete that races very well at the half and full distance. Often, an athlete has more of a strength over one the other, but Kat performs at the top in both distances. Just going back, looking at time, so for Caroline Pohl, she just missed out on Laura Phillips' course record on the run and on overall, just by 16 seconds, but pretty close, especially when the course was a couple of Ks long on the bike. Yeah.
No, absolutely phenomenal performance by all of our athletes that have crossed the finish line so far, but this women's podium really has blown the race apart. And just like we saw in the men's field, a lot of pre-race favorites simply not even going to get around the course.
Yeah, that's right. A fair few DNFs today. But this was one of the athletes that I think a few people had earmarked as one of the favorites, but perhaps an underdog as such. She's only just raced a couple of 70.3s, which she has won both of them. And also she's just come off the Paris Olympics, Norwegian athlete Solveig Lofseth. yeah, coming in looking strong into, she's going to be our 3rd place finisher today.
And a little bit further down on our women's field, big mover, no surprise. The name Tamara Jewett is one we're used to seeing run through fields right now. She's moved herself into 8th place. Looks like 7th place, Kaida Gavova, is also within reach with the amount of space that we have left. But the only person that was running faster than her through that last split was our women's leader, Caroline Pohl. But Sid, we've got our 3rd place athlete coming across the finish line.
Yep, that's right. 3rd place at IRONMAN 70.3 European Championships Tallinn from Norway is Solveig Lofseth.
There you go. We can tell she put all the effort in that she could for the day. Can't quite tell right now if she's happy about it or not, but I'm sure she'll take some time to celebrate. We'll see her on the podium. Kat Matthews, true class of an athlete, first to go over and try to do her best to the camera. Kat just got denied for giving her competitor a high five. Love to see Kat and her attitude. It doesn't look like she's too upset about her result being Kat Matthews, but love her attitude.
There's a hug. Yeah.
It's perfect, perfect. And we're going to go down to our podium here in just a little bit, or sorry, excuse me. We're going to go down to the Hyper Ice recovery zone when we have a moment to get some words with our top 3 women across the finish line.
Yeah, no, it's quite a sizable gap, 4 minutes or so back to our 4th place finisher, which at the last time check was Grace Tech from Australia. So we'll wait to see her come across the line and maybe get those finish line interviews as well. But not a bad day in Tallinn, Estonia.
No, let's talk about 3:59.40 with a long bike course for our women's leader. That is smoking fast.
Yeah, her bike was incredibly impressive, and then the run off the back of that was very good as well.
That was crazy, and I think we're just about getting close to being ready to have a few words with our women's champion, again, down in that Hyper Ice recovery zone. But excited to see her have a little chance to sit down, get that recovery that is well-deserved. That is Caroline Pohl.
Oh, there we go. 4th place finisher. Maybe not so far behind as she was at that last time check, but Grace Tech from Australia always is just super solid and consistent and just runs through the field at the end. So Grace Tech coming down that red carpet as our 4th place finisher at the IRONMAN 70.3 European Championships. Well done, Grace.
Great race from Grace with a run time 1:20.42. Right now, 2nd fastest run on the board in our women's field. And let's go down and have a few words with Caroline Pohl.
Welcome to the Hyper Ice Pro Series recovery area. We are here in Tallinn for the IRONMAN 70.3 European Champion. We are here with the winner of the race, representing Germany, Caroline Pohl. So, Caroline, first of all, congratulations for your blistering performance. We know that you're born as a swimmer, and today you actually demonstrated, even if the swim was pretty tricky.
Yeah, thanks. I'm absolutely speechless, and at the moment I think it's just a dream. I worked so hard the last month, and yeah, today it pays off the hard work we did the last month. So yeah, I'm absolutely speechless and happy and proud of myself and of the race, and yeah.
You've done a great swim, but you've done a great bike and the run as well.
Yeah, I played my cards at the swim and at the bike. I tried to push hard from the beginning, and yeah, I hope for a good run, and yeah, I worked really hard on my run performance the last month, and so yeah, it works.
And as you say, the hard work always pays back, and here are the results.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to my family and my friend and to my coach. It's just for you, and yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your tears of joy. Congratulations once again. And now let's go with the 2nd place, Kat Matthews from Great Britain. Well, welcome home, as they say, because you here is your home, actually. You won here in 2020. So you started, actually, the race not with a very good swim, but then you managed to recover.
Thank you. No, I was happy with my swim. It was a...
Well, you came out 12th position.
Yeah, that's pretty normal for me. That's quite good, really. I was only a minute down, I think, to Caroline. So she had an excellent race, hands down. I'm gutted I couldn't catch her on the bike. I'm gutted I couldn't catch her on the run. So it's an incredible performance. But yeah, hard day.
Hard day. You actually won this year 2 Ironman races, Texas and Victoria Gasteiz. And no, this is a 70.3. Why? This is because it's like your home spot, more or less?
The only reason I'm here is for the Ironman Pro Series, and the only reason I pushed to the finish was for the Ironman Pro Series.
Okay, so congratulations once again, Kath Matthews in the 2nd place. And now we are moving with the 3rd place, representing Norway, straight forward from Paris, Solveig Løvseth. Congratulations, Solveig. You came straight forward from Paris here to Tallinn for the European Championship, and you've done a blistering performance.
Yeah, thank you. At least almost directly. I had a couple of weeks at home, luckily. So, yeah, I think this is the hardest race I've done, to be honest. I just, yeah, it was hard from the start, but I had maybe hoped to have a little bit better swim and run, but I definitely gave everything I had on the day. And sometimes you wish it's more, but I'm happy that I did everything I could today.
Yeah, the swim was kind of different from the other races, and that's why maybe it was a little bit difficult for you as well, because you're a good swimmer as well.
I wouldn't say I'm a good swimmer, but I actually thought it would suit me a bit because I had quite long legs, so I thought like running in like this shallow water would be quite nice, but yeah, it was hard. And I was also a bit uncertain, like one of the yellow boys, if I thought we were going to go on the outside, but I saw everyone in front go on the inside, so I was starting like to go around it, and then I saw like, okay, nobody else is going around it, so then I kind of changed the line back again, but yeah, I did what I could on the swim as well, so it's
a great place.
Yeah, I'm really happy with 3rd. I definitely didn't expect to get on podium, so it's I'm really satisfied with it.
This is European Championship as well, so you must be very proud of you.
Yeah, for sure. I'm very proud. I did everything I could today, so I'm gonna really enjoy this 3rd place.
Thank you so much. So this is it from the Hyperise Pro Series recovery area.
Thank you so much. Awesome to be able to hear from these athletes. We're going to take a quick commercial break and be right back.
Elevate your EV expectations and explore the open road with the VinFast VF8. Stay powered with over 100,000 charging stations nationwide. Experience peace of mind with 24/7 roadside assistance. Drive with confidence, backed by our 10-year unlimited miles battery warranty. All-electric VinFast VF8.
Hey man, do you have a non-alcoholic beer that
actually tastes good? I think you mean athletic.
Excuse me? Do you have that great non-alcoholic beer?
I'll 7.
Found it.
Do you have a favorite non-alcoholic beer on the menu? Ah.
Athletic it is.
She's funny.
Welcome back to the 2024 Ironman 70.3 European Championship in Tallinn. What an amazing race we had in both the women's and the men's field. Breakthrough performances by both of our champions.
Yeah, fantastic results today, and maybe some surprises as always when some of the pre-race favorites didn't quite perform as we were expecting, but fantastic results for our winners. Karolina Pola in the women and Panagiotis Bitados in the men's race as we head down to our female podium.
There we go, third place. Coming across that finish line, Solveig Lovseth said that's one of the hardest races she's ever done. That's saying a lot from this accomplished athlete, Sid.
That's right, and in second place from Great Britain with a swim of 26.2, a bike of 2:12.46, and a run of 1:20.55 is and a total time of 4 hours, 2 minutes and 39 seconds. Drum roll, please, is Kat Matthews from the UK.
There you go. She must be out a little bit, maybe taking care of herself. A lot of things that happen after this race. But our first place finisher, Caroline Pohl, your European 70.3 Championship Tallinn winner at a time of 3:59.40. And again, they get to enjoy that athletic brewing to cool down a little bit. Yeah, and the word from the course is that Kat Matthews not feeling super well, so she's gone over to medical, and our two athletes will celebrate without Kat at this point.
Beer showers all around for those two.
Pretty polite all around. Great work from those three athletes, Lovseth, Matthews, and Pohl. But fantastic racing by our women's field. Again, this winner took it from the very beginning. Nobody expected a wire-to-wire win. But you know what? Sometimes you get what you least expect. And Caroline Pohl did a great job of putting her best effort forward, Sid, and just amazing race. Quick impressions from you in the men's and women's race.
Yeah, both probably a little bit surprise winners for me, but both fantastic races and very well deserved the way Caroline attacked from the start and got that lead in the run-in on the water, and in the men's side really attacked on the run. Probably a little bit surprised that some of our Olympic distance athletes on the men's side didn't have a better day, and so many DNFs as well today, which was unfortunate.
Yeah, a lot of those names we expected to be near the front of the race just simply weren't there in the end. But amazing opportunity for some breakthrough performances by the athletes that were there and did capitalize when given the opportunity to do so. And things are closing down here at the Ironman European Championship 70.3 Tallinn, and we are going to clock off here in just a second, but clearly you can keep track of your favorite athletes that you're tracking on our Ironman Tracker app, and there is our men's pro results, that top 10. Again, we saw Panagiotis Bitados have a breakthrough result and get himself top step there in the men's race. And then on the women's side of things, we also saw a breakthrough performance, one that was not expected from our first place athlete, Caroline Pohl, and she, bested one of the best in our sport, Kat Matthews, as well as some other pre-race favorites, but amazing racing from our men's and women's field.
And then taking a look at our overall Ironman Pro Series on the men. So no real change from today's racing. Matt Hansen still sits at the front, Jackson Laundry in second. Most of those results stay the same coming off the back of the Mainova Ironman European Championships last week. And on the women's side of our Pro Series standings, again, not too much of a change. Jackie Herring, Danielle Lewis and Maya Stage Nilsson, Kat Matthews all at the top. Actually, Kat Matthews is the only one that will have moved up. She was 7th before this race. Now adding that 70.3, she moves up to 4th.
There we go. Amazing performances. And again, a lot of racing happening, tight racing in that Pro Series. But this concludes our coverage of Ironman 70.3 European Championship Tallinn. The next Ironman Pro Series broadcast will be Sunday, September 1st at Ironman 70.3 Zell MC Kaprun. Coverage will begin at 10:30 a.m. Central European Time, 4:30 a.m. Eastern Time. Watch the live broadcast for free. It will air exclusively on Outside TV in the United States and in Canada. Globally, you watch on proseries.ironman.com, DAZN, and L'Equipe live. For our entire team, alongside Laura Siddall, I'm Matt Lieto, and thank you so much for watching.
This copyrighted broadcast of World Triathlon Corporation may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without express written consent of World Triathlon Corporation.
Race today. One of our first athletes coming down the straight on the run course to turn around. Oh, sorry. Hello. How are you?
Welcome to the red carpet. Come on, come on, come on, go, 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 go. You're almost at the finish line.
That was one of our pro female athletes in 15th place. We go to Anne-Sophie Pierre. Congratulations. 21.1 kilometer marathon, and our fastest male today did that half marathon in 1 hour, 9 minutes, and change.
Madness.
And he also, to get a gap to second place, he did sprints, which means that he sprinted from an average speed of 3 minutes, 14 seconds per kilometer. I don't know if you run, but that is lightning fast.
That is crazy fast.
Now, what we do is we have our women and our men age groups out on the course. And from the Netherlands, we have Jonathan Koos out first, running an average pace of 4 kilometers an hour. And we have now actually 22 out on the course too for the men. Let's check the women. The women out of T2. Now we should, if we look up, we should soon see Laura Heinonen. Now Laura is from Finland, a friend of mine. And Laura is doing this race as a warm-up for the Nice World Champs in a few weeks. So when you go out and just warm up and do a bike at 38 kilometers an hour average, sounds pretty nice.
It's just a
regular Sunday. As we welcome another athlete down towards the turnaround point. And that looks like one of our pro females. And it is Rosie Wild. Go Rosie, go, go, go. In a British Army suit. Following suit, Kat Matthews also raced a few times in a British Army suit. Rosie Wild over the finish line. Go Rosie, make some noise.
Looking strong, looking good. Go, go, go.
Rosie Wild, 16th place.
I'm not exactly sure how our athletes are feeling at the moment on the track, but when they came through T1 at first, there was a big party going on. So many smiles, so many fist pumps. It was great to look at, to be honest.
Well, that's what it is. Did you happen to see any of our 27 athletes who are doing the double? You happen to see Chris, the one with the cowboy hat, and actually nowadays also violet hair.
No, I didn't get to see him, but I wasn't there the whole time, so I'm looking forward to seeing him here.
He might be going a bit slower today. Let's see if we can find Chris.
I mean, it is his second day, so.
Yeah, well, Well, that means he's warmed up. Actually, let's see. Our race director, Aina Johansson, has just come in to T2 with a 40 kilometer-an-hour average. And we'll see Mr. Ein run out on the course soon.
When coming from Suomi to Kalmar before, there were people walking towards here, like Laulupido, so the song festival. I think the last time I saw that many people in Tallinn walking, it was Laulupido.
Pilgrimage. It was a pilgrimage from T1 to the finish line.
There are a lot of people here on the sidelines as well, making noise for our athletes. And this is the super summer Sunday we were talking about.
Tallinn has definitely brought all of its best weather today. Bit of a breeze so we all don't fry completely. Even Tanya is in short sleeves.
And that is a special thing. Yesterday there were 5 layers.
As we see more athletes run out on the course. $1,800 plus athletes registered for the IRONMAN 70.3 here in Tallinn, Estonia.
And the fun fact is that 30% of those people were female. So women, welcome to IRONMAN 70.3 Tallinn.